Alright, so before I do the next memory, which will ultimately lead us to Cappadocia, what I want to do is the final Pirilaeus mission. And then once that's done, we'll jump back into the story, and then we go to Cappadocia. Those motherfuckers.
You die now. No, give it.
If only Alfunda could see this.
Lost his marble.
Yes, if only Aunt Funda could see that. Aunt Funda doesn't know what she's missing out on. We've got 2 more missions left with Pirilaeus, and then Pirilaeus will actually see Ezio off to Cappadocia, and then that's the last we actually see of him in the story. And I wanted to spread these out as much as I could. Hey there, hippie. How's it going? Her aunt. Yeah, it's funny. It sounds like Funda is the name of the aunt, but I just don't know if that's true or not. But it's one of those funny random NPC comments. They're like, woo, woo. Well, toss a salad and call me Dona. It's another weird NPC line in this game. Alright, am I getting closer to the destination? It's weird how they took away the blue light shining down in Eagle Vision to show where I marked on the map. Don't know why it took it off the screen. Need that shit still on the screen. What you doing to me, game?
Is there a reason for this abuse?
Is there a reason for this abuse? Aha, there we go. It wanted me to exit Eagle Vision first, and then re-enter it. So I've almost sorted out, well, I think I have sorted out all the challenges I'm doing for all the games that I'm playing in the annual series run.
Has he lost his mind?
But I'm not going to do another No HUD, because I've done No HUD with AC1 for this annual series playthrough and this game now. But I've already got the other one sorted.
Good show.
Almost looks real. Good show. Almost looks real.
Hamet and Uskadar, the finest settler in all the empire. Someone will get hurt.
Alright, wrong spot. We need 2 trees close together.
handy. I am a weak.
Here we go. Peter Reyes' shop. Final 2 bomb missions with him.
Tell me about your special bomb casings.
Well, I have some sticky resin bags. My uncle Kemal had a wild fondness for them. During Bayezid's conflict with Venezia, he was a captain in the Ottoman Navy. He liked resin bombs because they stuck to almost any surface. The hulls of large ships, for instance.
I lost many friends in that conflict.
We all did, Ezio. And that war is why I became an assassin. I hate the artificial boundaries our leaders have built between people.
We fight to end the fighting. It is a sad irony.
It will always be an irony, Evet. But perhaps one day will not be so sad. Use this wisely.
Peter Reyes, sticky situations. Learn how to use the sticky bomb by killing the 3 targets in the high security area without being detected. Full synchronization, do not be detected.
Gerçekler aynı fikirde değil ama bence yanılıyorlar. Kırık kemikler onarılabilir ama kırık kalpler onarılamaz. Taştan yağ çıkartılabilir, taş yardımıyla veya latincesiyle petrol ya da öyle bir şey.
That was close.
A little charity. Relieve the torment I bear. For just a small moment.
Time to go visit my uncle. I've got to get out of here.
At his age, wow. Agile and well dressed.
Hippie, well Rod, if you ever get caught in trouble, you know what to do now. Time to visit your uncle. Exactly. And then your uncle's like, oh, this again? Come on. It's funny the one where the NPC acts as if you are a crazy father who like escaped from somewhere, and they're trying to play it off cool, like, yeah, I know this person. But they don't want the person to know, or they're embarrassed. They're pretending that they're embarrassed to know the person. They're like, father, is that you? I wonder why the game's doing this. Like, I mark this specific spot over here, and then in Eagle Vision, it doesn't directly show that until I exit out and then do it again. Although even now it's not doing it. I've already decided what the challenge will be for Assassin's Creed 3, but I will reveal that later on. Not that it's anything special, mind you. It's not a challenge that's going to wow the world or solve world peace or hunger or anything. Drop down. So we have one more Pediaeus mission. He's such a great character. I wish we actually got more of him in the series. There's just so many characters that they just get overlooked now. Like, I don't even know if there's any comic books that came out. I mean, maybe around the time this game came out, who knows, but I mean, there's so many characters. Game, why are you directing me to this spot when this spot is nowhere near the spot that I've actually marked on the map? Why are you doing this to me for? Like, seriously. Over here is where I want to go. Duh. There we go, finally. It's marking where I want to go. Yeah, there's just so many characters that Ubisoft just sleep on in this series. But then there's also things like, you know, like as great as it would be, for example, to have a new Assassin's Creed game that dips its toes back into a previous character, like Edward, you know. Edward as an assassin in London after the events of Black Flag, you know, all that kind of stuff. You know, even if they were to deliver that, they'd probably fuck it up anyway, you know, and it's become a thing of, there's a lot of things that they could have done, but if they did do them, would they even be any good anyway now? You know, like, just one of these things. You got all these potentials that, I mean, and then you think, well, what if a different studio had Assassin's Creed? Like, you know, what if Ubisoft sold it or something? It's like, well, yeah, but it might end up being worse than what it is. I mean, it could end up being better than what it is, but you just don't know. But a lot of their decisions seem to be like, oh, this game did that, how about we do that too? It's like, no. Like, it's okay to be inspired by something else and then, you know, use that as an impetus. Like, I feel that Skull and Bones, for example, could have been Ubisoft's Red Dead Redemption 2 in the sense of the style of game that Red Dead 2 is, in the sense of, you've got this open world to explore, but it's not at the expense of creating a great experience where you find all these cool things, you know. And I think for Skull and Bones, it would have been cool to have this story where you play as this pirate who wants to get a crew together, and they have kind of like a secret of their past or something like that the player doesn't know yet, you know. But the first part of the game would be coming across these people in the story. You might have someone who's captured, and part of the mission is to rescue them. And then they're like, hey, you know, how about you join my crew? I'm putting a crew together, you know. And have the first part of the game be you going and doing these story missions, and you're picking up these people, and when they get to know your character, that's when you as the player get to know the reason why the main character wants to be, you know, captaining of a crew, you know. And then have a big open world to explore, and do it in a way like Red Dead 2 where you don't have to do the mission straight away. You can go off and you can find an area, you can explore, you might come across a stranger mission, you know, something like that, and make it a really strong story-driven game, but not have all the sort of like, you know, put multiplayer in it, and just leave all that stuff out, and still have the ability to customize your ship, of course, but make it organic, you know what I mean? Like, make it that through the story you get more options of what you can do with your ship. You know, if you've got enough money that you've found through exploration, or maybe even doing jobs for people, you know what I mean? Like like cargo. Like you might come across a character in like a side mission who wants some cargo delivered, and you're like, fine, I can do that, and you deliver the cargo, and as a reward you get, the ability to get a monetary reward, things like that. So Skull and Bones could have been like a really cool Red Dead Redemption 2 style game in the terms of narrative focus and the open world aspect, but not an exact copy, of course. But I mean to say, have a structure where you have the first, like in Red Dead 2, at the start of the game, you don't get to explore the entire map, and even when you do get out of Chapter 1, you don't get to explore the entire map. You just get to explore the locations other than places like Blackwater and the locations in Red Dead 1 and all that kind of stuff. But once you've done that first prologue bit, that first chapter, things open up for you a bit more, and then you can go out and explore. That's what I'm meaning with Skull and Bones. They could have had an experience like that, where at the start, you're getting the crew together in a region, right? And you can't go outside of that region yet. But once the story kicks out of the region, and you've got your crew, then that's when the big rest of the map would open up and allow you to explore and stuff like that. But it just seems what they're doing is just having a game where you just go in a ship and you customize it, and then you have battles with other people, and it's stats based, and it's like, you board the ship, but you don't board the ship. You see a cutscene of the characters boarding the ship, so you just don't get involved in that and all that sort of stuff. So, there's nothing wrong with looking at another game for inspiration, but you still need to make sure that you're tailoring it to the franchise that you're working on. So I don't know how Skull and Bones is going to be when it finally comes out, but it's just one of those things. But the level of trust that you have to have with a studio with franchises gets more important the longer it goes on. I mean, in 2027, and it's a few years away yet, but in 2027, Assassin's Creed 1 will turn 20. So in 2027, it'll be 20 years of Assassin's Creed. Now that's a long time. Not every franchise gets to go for that long. And some, when they do go for that long, end up getting worse and worse. But you look at other franchises that have been around for 25, 30 years now. And there's a reason that they still, go on. But Ubisoft has all these franchises that they've had for a while now. Some that they've had for a while but haven't really done much with, like Prince of Persia and Splinter Cell. And then they've got ones that they've had for a long time, like Assassin's Creed, that they're kind of floundering a lot. And they've cancelled so many games in so many times. And it's not just time that's gone into those games too that are being cancelled. There's also money, all the money spent. And this is the thing, is I imagine it's like with movies, like people think that the money only starts to get spent when the main thing is happening. Like, the money gets spent in research and development for a lot of stuff, and stuff that doesn't come to be at all. Like movies that they worked on for years but nothing happened. Games that have been worked on for years but it never eventuates, and so that's still money being spent, because you're hiring the people and paying them the money to do the job that you're hiring them to do, and they're doing concept art, they're doing mock-ups of all this stuff, and they still have to get paid. It's not like they go, right, you will only get paid for your work when we know that the game is actually going to go and be in development, and that it's like, no, you still got to pay the people. The writers writing the story, even if the game never becomes a thing, you still got to pay the people working on the conceptualization of stuff and all this kind of thing. So that's a lot of money to just throw away. Not that the work of the people is not valuable and warranting of being paid for it, but if ultimately you spend almost 10 years now on a game like Skull and Bones, that's a lot of money that's been poured into it over the years, and it almost has to be a perfect game. Otherwise, if it's not, then all that time that has been spent is just going to be a waste. And that it just ruins the potential for what could have happened. And there's still things that could be done well by Ubisoft, but you know, it's just now for me it's just a matter of step by step, release by release. You know, I mean, I don't like everything of every company that you know what I mean? Like, I'm not a fan of Final Fantasy, but I do like Deus Ex. And you know, when Square Enix was doing, you know, Deus Ex, you know, I'm not a big fan of that Anno series, even though, you know, Ubisoft owns it. You know, so I'm not one of these people that is like very interested in every single franchise that the company has. But for me, with Ubisoft, it's been Prince of Persia, Splinter Cell, and Assassin's Creed. And then in later years, it was Watch Dogs. Once Watch Dogs came out, that became another Ubisoft franchise for me, where I was like, that's my focus. You know, Prince of Persia, Splinter Cell, Assassin's Creed, Watch Dogs. Not really Ghost Recon, not really Far Cry. Not that I've played all the Far Cry games, but the focus of me as a gamer when it comes to Ubisoft has always been those franchises that they have. And as such, you know, being a big fan of Assassin's Creed, I want to see them do well, but you know, the way that things work out is just the way that they work out. You know, and every company probably has those eras where you can say that was their peak, and since then it was a downhill sort of thing. Hey there, hippie. Even though you've already been in chat, I want Ubisoft's assets, and you will make a better AC game. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, there's so many different ways you can slice an Assassin's Creed game and all that sort of stuff, and you know, their focus has been on you know, turning their franchises into other franchises, even if it's a whole different genre. You know, hey there, viewer, welcome on in. Saying hi, but you can't hang out tonight. That's totally understandable, viewer. That's no worries. Thanks for joining and popping in to say hello. I hope things are going well. Now for the final Pirileus mission.
This one has a strange look. What do you call it?
A tripwire bomb. One of the most subtle methods we have of removing your opponent's feet. You see these filaments on the side? This bomb will not detonate unless one of these many wires is disturbed. Very useful in narrow alleys.
Or under the seat cushion of someone's horse carriage.
Oh, Ezio Auditore. You are one devious Haivan. I should keep my distance, lest you corrupt my delicate sensibilities.
Oh, I think you will leave.
Of course. Don't blow your hands off, huh?
Pirileus, Tripwire. Learn how to use the Tripwire bomb by killing the corrupted dignitary. Full synchronization, kill only the corrupted dignitary. I just forgot something too. There's a channel point reward that I want to activate. I mean, there's two, but one is one that I introduced the other day, and another one is one I haven't introduced yet. Alright, so I've got 2 channel points rewards that are active that can be redeemed for this game. There are a couple of ones that only work for games where it's possible to replay a mission or see you know, a particular cutscene that has happened before. Clear Cutton, Strew, thank you so much for the follow. Oops, detected.
Get in! Where did he? Aha! Get him! God, he's getting clear!
And there we have it, that is the final Piraeus mission done. Alright, so just to recap what I've already done that is part of the playthrough that I don't have to worry about now. Alright, so I've done both of these secret locations to 100% synchronization. I've done all the recruit assassins to 100% synchronization. I've done all the master assassin missions to 100% synchronization. Also done all the faction HQ missions to 100% synchronization. Book quests, not doing that as part of the playthrough. I've done all the Piraeus missions to 100% synchronization. Not worried about the challenges, and not doing the additional memories except for the collection of the Ishak Pasha memoir pages, which you've already done, and also collecting enough data fragments to be able to do the Desmond journeys, which I'll be doing soonish. So now all that I have left to focus on for the rest of the playthrough is finishing the story, doing the Desmond journeys, and also doing the Lost Archive DLC as well. Before I jump back into the main story though, just want to go around and replenish things. Oop. There's one right here I can use.
So in the wrong place. Bye.
Oh, that's certainly not a common sight.
Carry on, better. Take care.
Did I just see that? I must be dying.
Thank you for the follow, Weak Can't.
Hey, careful there.
I don't want to
Damn
die.
it! Not another troublesome foreigner.
Someone should teach you a little respect.
Price is so low, you won't believe your eyes. Just take a look. I promise you'll be satisfied. Refer me to your friends, eh? Please, don't hurt me. Come forward. Take your health seriously, good folk. Yeah, I'm a mouse.
Is there a reason for this?
You kept in shape.
Thanks for the follow, Arid Sentiment.
Damn it! Shahani.
What strength?
it would appear some sort of riot has so many dumb sobs on patrol these days.
There must be a reason.
Hey there, Nemesis. How's things?
Sayun Auditore. Word around the city is you're leaving us.
Is nothing I do a secret.
Not to worry, brother. The captain of your ship is a friend, but neither of you are going anywhere just yet. The Janissaries have raised the chain across the mouth of the Halich and ordered a full blockade until you are caught.
They raised the chain for me.
We will celebrate later. Here, I have something for you. Careful. This has 50 times the kick of our usual bombs.
Ah, did you really, Nemesis? That time? Setting sail. Manuel has fled the city by sea, and the Janissaries want Ezio dead. Evade the Janissaries and leave the city in pursuit of Manuel. Full synchronization, do not kill anyone with blades. Thanks for the follow, Denk Custody. That's interesting. A lot of follows today from accounts created within the same range of days of each other. Interesting.
Bene, I know what to do.
The suspense is palpable.
Yusuf, wait. Un favore.
Yes?
There is a woman running a bookshop at the old Polo trading post. Sofia. Look out for her. She is a remarkable lady.
You have my word.
Gather your men. This will attract some attention.
Hey Anasune, how's things going?
I can also land boils, pustules, cysts, and various other flashy deformations. Better not be looking for something about that quote. I know him. I'm sure. Hurry! Finally, one coming. There he is! Ha! You die now! Get him! Damn it! Where is he at? There! There!
Nice chicken hood.
Those ships are armed! They're waiting to stop your boat! You take care of them! We will clear the dock!
him escape!
Those ships are armed! They're waiting to stop your boat! You take care of them! We will clear the docks!
Tüm işi yanlış yaptın ahmak. Baştan başla.
Don't let him reach the ship! Yes, just you try it!
Yours is not a subtle approach.
See. Sorry for the delay.
You know something, don't you? You know what's out there.
I have a hunch, yes.
Come on, Bill, you never do anything halfway. What do you think we'll find?
If we're lucky, another prize. If we're very lucky, something that'll end this miserable war.
You're talking over my head, mate.
Listen, Sean, I have no idea what we're going to find. But I do know that whatever it is, the Templars can't have it.
Do you regret anything, Desmond?
Like what?
Running away? Leaving your parents behind, finding a shit job, and pretending to be productive? What's it like spending your whole life avoiding hard decisions?
Come on.
Sure, you're an assassin, but it wasn't your choice.
Do you have a point?
I want to know if you regret anything.
Sure. I wish I'd been more patient with my parents. I wish I'd listened. And Lucy. Maybe things could have been different if I'm not sure.
Thank you
For what?
for making sense.
Sean, you feeling okay?
Sure, yeah, of course, no, I'm fine. Yeah. We're assassins, after all, aren't we, eh? Why should we be surprised if one of us dies every now and again?
Every death is a tragedy to somebody somewhere.
What I want to know is Desmond worth all this trouble? You know, what is he? Is he the chosen one? Is that it? Little Jimmy Special? Some bollocks like that?
I'm afraid not. But what he has is rare. His genes contain high concentrations of first civilization DNA. Only about 1 in 10 million or so lucky.
Oh, the bleeding effect. Is that part of it?
I believe so. I wish I could say we knew about his gift earlier. But it was the Templars who realized this. And they found him first.
Anasune doing good, certainly starting to feel better. Oh, that's great to hear, dude. That's awesome. It's always good to feel better. Thank you for the follow, Repo Barquix. Harbinger, fucking bomb challenges. If you hadn't spent so many hours on them yesterday, you would have finished the game. Yeah, I mean, it's very, very, weird the way that you have to do them, and especially when you have a glitch that messes things up. Anasune, you wonder if it's possible to kill bounty hunters in Rogue, since supposedly you can't break their defense, can't shoot them, can't kill streak them, can't throw them, can't disarm them, can't counter kill them, and can't tool counter them. Yeah. Sometimes you get those enemies in games that are just so damn tough. So with Clay asking Desmond if he has any regrets about what happened in the past and all that, and he talks about, how it wasn't his choice to become an assassin, etc., like that kind of stuff. That's when I like to do the Desmond journeys. So we're going to do those now. Desmond's Journey, Part 1. Doubts.
Incredible. This must be the core of the Animus. No simulations, no environments. I can't even feel my own body. Everything's just raw data. So am I still me, or am I some kind of computer program? Home. I was born here. The farm. Yeah, they called it the farm. My parents, 24 couples, some kids, a community. Hidden away.
Oh yeah, Anasune, it really, really would be. And that's something that they've never actually explored outside of this, where Desmond is actually going through his own memories. We've never had anyone dig into Desmond's memories, and I mean, the perfect opportunity for them to have done that as a story thing as well would have been when Abstergo got his body, and they were going through the memories of Edward. I mean, we're going through Desmond's, we're using Desmond's DNA in Black Flag to actually access memories of Edward, but we don't access memories of Desmond's, and because the Animus works that way, they'd be able to experience Desmond's memories as well as any memories of any ancestors related to him. But a really emotional thing that they could have done, and they can still do it, but whether they will or not, they never will. They don't think like that. But imagine William Miles finally going, right, you know, I've got to the point now where I'm ready to access Desmond's memories. You know, because after Desmond's death, there hasn't really been much shown in the way of grief or grieving that Desmond's parents have actually had. Because obviously, you know, his father knows that he's dead, and you know, Desmond's mother Desmond's mother didn't even get to see Desmond before he died. You know, so there's all this emotional stuff that they could have mined with other games in the series with present day characters, but they just didn't. They never will.
Small houses in the Black Hills. Right. The clear skies, wood smoke, wind, the stink of gasoline, generators running day and night. I remember. We lived simply, almost like nomads. So far from everything. Ready to pack up and go at the drop of a hat. If we were discovered. If they found us. The farm. Wasn't much of one, was it? Not a proper farm. We grew some food. I don't remember any animals, though. Maybe a few dogs.
Thanks for the follow, named Foya.
The assassins. I was born into it. I didn't choose. It was like a birthright. You are an assassin, they told me. What did that even mean?
Desmond asks
Ever
that
since
too.
I was young, they never stopped saying it. You are an assassin. You are an assassin. And this is our creed.
Obviously Desmond knows what an assassin is, as in, you know, someone that kills people, but he's meaning that in a way of, you know, like, what does it even mean, you know, to be an assassin? And so now imagine someone hopping into the Animus and then experiencing thoughts Desmond wanted to tell them but never got the chance. Yeah, Anasuna, that's the thing too, like, it's a detail that kind of gets forgotten, but when someone is experiencing the memories of someone else, they are literally able to not only feel the emotions that that person felt in that moment, or feel the sensation of what that character felt in that moment. So let's say you're experiencing the memories of an ancestor and they got punched in the face. You wouldn't feel the same pain that they felt being punched in the face, but you would feel something in your face giving you feedback to tell you that, you know, your ancestor got punched in the face. You know, so the person experiencing the memories feels that kind of stuff, but also knows what the character was thinking in that memory as well. You know, so you definitely do something like that on Asune, where you have someone experiencing the memories of someone that they lost, and they can hear the thoughts of that person in that memory, and they, you know, have that moment where they're like, you know, holy fucking shit, you know, kind of thing.
Nothing is true.
What did that mean? A world without purpose?
Everything is permitted.
Everything is permitted?
Thank you for the follow, Gary.
They're looking for us, and they will not stop until every one of us is dead.
Yeah, I believed for a while. But I never understood. That's the trouble when you're born into something. Belief without understanding. Everyone was so serious. Scared, too. All that talk of assassins and Templars. The end of the world.
Belief without understanding. It's one thing to believe something, but to actually not actually understand it too. And that's the thing, you know. It's like you're born into this, therefore you have to follow it just because we said you're born into it. And if you don't understand why, it doesn't matter. Just know that you're part of it. Which is where, you know, people can be like, well, I don't care about that. I want to actually understand. What's the point in me being part of this if I don't understand what it means to be part of it?
Live by the creed, Desmond. Empower yourself.
That's Clay laughing there. And so now you wonder what would happen if you were to use the Animus to relive the memories of said person using an Animus. Yeah.
Every man has his limit, I guess. I can't remember when I stopped believing. When I stopped caring. God, it all sounded so stupid. I couldn't hear the word Templar without laughing. And assassin? Forget it. An ancient war, they said. An endless struggle. But I never cared. Who knew it was possible to bore a kid with war stories? I guess I was lonely. Alone in a crowd. If I could have told them that, maybe they would have listened. If only I could go back. If I could tell them I'm sorry.
Okay, that's Desmond Journey 1. So as I said, I like to do these after the point where Clay asks Desmond if he has any regrets.
Sean, you feeling okay?
This dialogue will keep repeating.
No, I'm fine. Yeah. We're assassins, after all, aren't we, eh? Why should we be
Desmond's Journey Part 2, Training.
surprised if one of us died?
Memory sequence archived. Recalibrating Animus idle parameters.
The morning bell. God, I hated that. Ringing 5 days a week just before dawn. Up before the birds. Me and the other kids.
Come on, Desmond, get up. No lagging.
Exercise. Mandatory. A dip in the creek to get clean, then oats with butter and apple juice for breakfast. Ugh. I must have walked 1,000,000 miles before I was 10. But it was nice. I liked those days out in the hills. The hush, the open air, the deep dark of the forest. Crunch of boots on the dry ground.
Can you see Rapid City from here?
No, that's much further east.
Hey there, Shin. How's things going, dude?
What is this war about? What are we fighting for? They never told me much. Just enough. They kept things shrouded. An air of secrecy. For my own good, they said. So we stayed hidden. Away in the Black Hills. If anyone ever knew who we were, or what we were doing, there'd be trouble.
They're everywhere, Desmond. They have their hands in everything. Politics, war, finance, high-tech, agriculture. People are asleep. And while they dream, Abstergo builds a nightmare.
Abstergo. The first time I saw that name, it was on the side of a bottle of ibuprofen. Mom laughed when I asked her about it. Can't get away, she said.
We pick our battles, I guess. So many to choose from.
She told me the average American household contains 3 dozen Abstergo-owned products at any given moment. If you tried to purge them from your life completely, it would be a full-time job. So this was it. The global conspiracy Abstergo. Fingers in every pie. Governments, corporations, universities. Mom and Dad made it sound so scary. But it didn't feel scary. An enemy has to have a face, but all I could see was a bottle of painkillers.
Shin, you just got done with corruption. No, you did not deliver the death blow to Ivar, the Boneless. You didn't, Shin? Yeah, I was like, fuck him. Did you, Shin? That's fair enough. Yeah, I always choose not to.
What scared me was the training. Sweat, tears, bloody lip every once in a while.
Focus, Desmond, focus.
How far were they going to push me?
Strength, speed, agility. No excuses.
Couldn't stand it. What was the point? For years and years, I thought some major catastrophe was on the horizon. I didn't know what to expect.
One day you'll understand. You'll see. All this unease will be worth something. I promise.
If they'd been more open with me. If they'd shown me things. Taken me places. Maybe it would have made more sense.
I knew that was going to turn into a bot. So that's a new tactic the bots do now. They follow you first, and then they give you a bullshit fucking message. You like Chalbert. Yeah, I did too as well. You know, he had a good head on his shoulders, and I think that if he actually lived, he would have gone on to do great things. Yeah, so do I, Shin. You know what I mean? But,
Sean, you feeling okay?
comes with the
Sure,
territory.
yeah, of course. No, I'm fine. Yeah. We're assassins, after all, aren't we?
But I had a
We'd
feeling
be
that was
surprised
coming
if one
up
of us
soon
dies.
because I've had so many follows in the last 20 minutes alone. Some might be genuine, but you never know. Desmond's Journey, Part 3. Escape.
Now and again.
Memory sequence archived. Recalibrating Animus idle parameters.
I wanted out. I wanted my own life, to live my own way. "16 years old. Where was I going? No idea. Just away. That's it. That was the plan. Not much of one. They never guessed what I was doing. Because I didn't know what I was doing. I just walked right out. Someone realized I was gone. They shouted. I started running.
Desmond! Desmond!
Shin, you had the same problems. You put their scam site names on Moobot to immediately mute the message. Yeah, that's a good idea, Shin, as well. You know, and I always make it a habit. Every time I get a follow, I load up the person's profile and see the creation date. Because sometimes, genuinely, you'll get creations dates a few minutes before the follow, and to me that's just really suspicious. Now I know that not everyone who is on Twitch, you know, waits a while before they actually start to follow people. I understand that, but given my stalker situation, whenever I see an account that's been created 5 minutes before following, I get very suspicious of it. And then when you get follows from...
It ran. All that training was finally worth something.
Especially when you get quite a few in a row, you look at their creation date and one might be the 3rd of February, the next is the 4th, the next is the 6th, then there's one that's the 8th. You know, and I'd rather err on the side of caution than not.
God, it was so dark when I left. And the forest. Endless. I didn't dare take the roads.
Desmond? Where are you?
Mother, calling out, begging me to stay. But I wouldn't. I followed the hills down until I hit a stream. I followed that to a river, and from the river to an old access road.
I did, yeah, Shin. He was only young too. I think I read that he was only 60. And some people might be like, that's old. And it's like, well, considering people can live to like 90 or 100 these days, 60 is quite young comparatively.
Hours that day. The summer sun keeping me warm well into the evening. Found a clearing after dark. Fell asleep beneath the stars. Never had a quieter night. Not before or since. Walking. Too scared to hitch a ride. What the hell was I doing? Lost in the Badlands for a day. Felt like a week. Endless ocean of wrinkled earth. Can't believe a place could look so dead. I'm gonna die, aren't I? I'm gonna die here.
But yeah, it is tragic. He was a really good actor. Like, I didn't see him in much, but I saw him in, well, he was in Quantum Break. And saw him in one of the John Wick movies. He might have been in all of them. I've only seen the first two. I think he was in both of those as well. Probably the other ones also. First time you saw him was in the series Fringe, was it? Yeah, I never saw that show. Like, I saw it to buy in stores on DVD, but I never actually saw it on TV or bought it or anything like that. So we have Desmond at 16 years of age running off from the assassins, and he talks about how he gets lost in the he called it the Badlands for a day, and thought that he was going to die here. In Assassin's Creed 1, Warren Vidic talks to Desmond about animals and how the instinct that they have, that they're born with, is not 100%, just instinct, but also memory. That in their DNA they have the memory of generations upon generations of thousands of years potentially of that ingrained in the DNA, therefore in the memory. And taking that kind of idea, I like to think now that one of the reasons that Desmond was able to survive in that environment is because the experiences that Connor, Radun Gahedun, had is partly what helped Desmond. That there was probably some survival skills that he didn't really know that he had, and the will to keep going and all that kind of stuff, which came from Connor, from his experiences with hunting animals and so, all that kind of stuff. Shin, it's a creepy series. Never mentioned his mother's name in the series. Okay. Oh, you mean in this series? Yeah, in Assassin's Creed. Sorry, I thought you were talking about the Fringe show. Yeah, they never mention Desmond's mother's name, and I was saying earlier how they don't really show any aftermath of Desmond's death and how people close to him actually felt about it. And they do with Sean in Syndicate. He expresses some regret about how he acted towards Desmond when they first met, but that he really has high regard for him. But we never actually get any kind of like moment where we see William Miles mourn for Desmond. We don't see the point where Desmond's father, William, has to break the news to Desmond's mother that he's now dead. And you have to remember, like, Desmond Miles's mother hasn't seen him since he was 16 years old, and that was a long time ago. And his father gets to see him, but not for very long. because the events of Assassin's Creed 1, 2, Brotherhood, Revelations, and 3, they all take place over a matter of weeks and a couple of months. So William Miles only really gets to spend like a few weeks with his son at most, after that gap of years when Desmond ran away when he was 16. You know, so we don't even get the satisfaction, or not the satisfaction, but we don't even get the closure from Desmond's parents and all that kind of stuff. And that's something that I think is a shame. There were multiple times in the series since Assassin's Creed 3 where they could have done something like that, but they never have. And they never will, quite frankly, because they don't really care about that stuff.
Finally met some girls from Illinois. So bubbly, so kind. One day drive to Omaha, another to Chicago.
Chicago. I'll be visiting that in Watch Dogs 1 at some point during this year.
Then somewhere, someone said to me,
"If you've got nothing, you go to New York. That way, if you leave with nothing, people don't ask why. And if you leave with something, you are one lucky son of a bitch."
So that's where I went. New York City. Into skyscrapers and subways. To filth and folly. Into the maddening crowds.
Alright, so that's 3 out of 5 Desmond journeys. This dialogue with Rebecca and Sean and William will play again, because that's the point at which I decided to do these Desmond journeys, so they'll keep repeating the dialogue after every Desmond journey's
Sean,
finished.
you feeling okay?
Sure, yeah, of course, no, I'm fine. Yeah, we're assassins, after all, aren't we, eh?
Desmond's Journey Part 4, Metropolis.
Why should we be surprised?
Memory sequence archived. Warning. Memory leak detected. Recalibrating Animus idle parameters.
Back to work when the sun goes down. Brooklyn JMZ into the city. Transferred Washington Square, down to the Triangle. Rising from below like the living dead. Into the sun, the light shocking my eyes. Walking those 10 minutes between the subway and the bar always felt so good. But that feeling never lasted. Some days the city's a vampire. It steals all your best moments. They come and go in seconds, and fade away. You end up remembering only the worst. Tending bar at bad weather. I just walked in and they handed me a shaker. Took me on for my ravishing looks. I think the owner had a little crush. My winning smile.
Hey, what's that drink you invented?
I laughed at my past, laughed at my family, joked about everything. Even the end of the world.
Had it last time?
Shirley Templar?
Surely Templar, what's in it?
The usual. I just had some gin.
Right on. Photos.
There was a big dream floating out there. And every night I saw people dreaming it. I don't know how they did it. It takes as much money to smile as to pay rent in this place. The more I missed my family, the more I hated myself for it. I told myself I wanted a new family. I wanted to start over.
Hey, Des, going to the after party? I'm a little out of it.
Lights, action, bass drum. Mind-numbing. 124 beats per. Twice the speed of a beating heart.
So in the Ezio Collection version, for some reason, they didn't add the disco music that you can actually hear and all that kind of stuff. I don't know what's happened to it, because I could swear that in the Xbox 360 version that I used to play, you could actually hear it. Might be a bit of music they didn't have the rights for anymore or something.
So where are you from?
He was raised in a cult or something like that. You know, out west.
My parents were conspiracy freaks. They live off the grid, in the woods.
Seriously?
God, they all look so good. The girls in their skirts, batting eyes, beads of sweat. Everyone was so beautiful in those flashing lights.
You want to dance?
I was a new man, born again. Alone, but alive. Trying to forget.
Come on.
Let go, Desmond. Just let it go. Forget it.
Okay, now we have the final Desmond's Journey, Part 5. And it's where Desmond confidently and with strong belief declares that he's an assassin.
Sean, you feeling okay?
Sure, yeah, of course, no, I'm fine. Yeah, we're assassins, after all, aren't we, eh?
Desmond's Journey, Part 5. Regret.
Why should we be surprised?
Memory sequence archived. Warning. Recursive idle state instability. Stack overflow imminent.
After 9 years of being away, my old bitterness was back. I was tired again. I didn't want to admit that moving forward might mean taking a step back. But the shine of the city had faded. The freedom I felt was hollow without old friends, without family. And then they came for me. Abstergo. They had been looking for me. I couldn't believe it.
I didn't actually notice until my recent playthrough of Assassin's Creed 1 that on the actual Animus itself, if you have a look, these black cubes that we see here, some of them are actually on the Animus itself, the Animus that Desmond uses in Assassin's Creed 1, which is different to the one that he uses in 2, Brotherhood, Revelations, and 3. So it's not on that one, but on the Animus that he was using in AC1. It was a detail I never actually really paid attention to, even though I've played Assassin's Creed 1 every year since 2008.
Mr. Miles? Yeah? I spent half my life trying to forget everything my parents taught me. Everything I thought was a lie.
Desmond Miles?
Yeah, what's this about? And suddenly, I wanted it all back. All that training. All that time. But I couldn't. Those days, they were gone. Why are you doing this to me?
You have information we need, Mr. Miles.
Information? I'm a bartender, for Christ's sake.
We know who you are. What you are.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't play coy with me. There isn't time. You're an assassin. You've got something my employers want. Locked away in that head of yours.
Bastards!
I've still never quite understood the actuality of why that part does that, because you would think that when the orange block thing is out of range, that putting the block down would mean that it doesn't dissolve. And the white floaty stuff usually means that you can put the platform down, and sometimes it does do it, but other times it doesn't do it. So fuck that section. Hippie Rod Legion Best Architect. Yeah, I'm probably... my ancestors, if they... like, I don't have Italian ancestors, but if I did, they were probably the ones that made the Leaning Tower of Pizza lean. But yeah, the only building I was good at was Lego when I was a child. And even then, only like a basic level. I was more of a visual stimulated child growing up. Like, I liked reading and stuff when I was like a toddler, and that I wasn't actually reading the words, but I was conceptualizing what the images were actually meaning as the story went on.
In a
But
few short months, my life changed forever. I know my easiest days are behind me, but I don't want them back. Not now.
But I can't remember when I actually started to be able to comprehend words properly and actually understand their meaning and all that kind of stuff. But as I got older, you know, obviously reading novels and stuff, and my first challenge as a reader was Lord of the Rings when I was about probably 11, I think. And that was a hard slog. It took me 6 months to read that because I didn't read it every day or anything, but there was quite a lot of chapters in it, plus a lot of the words were very, you know, advanced and all that kind of stuff. But nowadays I don't read much anymore. But yeah, growing up with cartoons and movies and video games and stuff, that was, you know, stimulating visually from the age of 5, playing video games and stuff. But as you get older, your reflexes start to slow down too, so...
My name is Desmond Miles, and I am an assassin.
Damn, we can't reload a checkpoint. I love this next bit that Desmond says.
I am an assassin.
Nothing is true. Everything is permitted. And there we go, there's the Desmond journeys. All done.
Sean, you feeling okay?
Sure, yeah, of course, no, I'm fine. Yeah, we're assassins, after all, aren't we, eh? Why should we be surprised if one of us dies every now and again?
Every death is a tragedy to somebody somewhere.
What I want to know is Desmond worth all this trouble? You know, what is he? Is he the chosen one? Is that it? Little Jimmy Special? Some bollocks like that?
I'm afraid not. But what he has is rare. His genes contain high concentrations of first civilization DNA. Only about 1 in 10 million or so lucky.
Oh, the bleeding effect. Is that part of it?
I believe so. I wish I could say we knew about his gift earlier. But it was the Templars who realized this. And they found him first.
But as I was saying, like, the older you get, your reflexes slow down. Now obviously the rate at which they slow down can be different for certain people. Like for some people it might take 20 years before their reflexes really start to take a drop. But I know within myself that when I was playing games on Nintendo and Super Nintendo when I was about 5 through to the ages of, you know, 11 and 12 and 13 and 14, I know that my reflexes and reaction times have, you know, become less. And so when I replay those old games now, I can definitely feel it, because there's games that I would always do in a certain pattern, and the majority of times what I would do would work without dying, but now they don't work anymore. It's because my reaction and timing isn't as fast as it used to be.
I have left Constantinople and set sail for the interior of Anatolia, to a region called Cappadocia, where Manuel is training his soldiers. If I am lucky, I will not be alone, for there may be Ottoman spies in the area waiting to strike. But, as ever, I put stock only in myself, and hold the memory of dear Sophia close to my heart. Claudia, you would laugh to hear the racing thoughts of your brother now. I have come to admire Sophia with more affection than I thought possible. After the death of Christina, something withered in me. But that feeling, that capacity for love, has returned. I adore Sophia, but dare not drag her into this life of mine. Not without fear of hurting her, or driving her away. Evidence of an army here, and no signs of Tariq's men.
Hippie, that's alright, Rod. You're here for a good time. Just enjoy the process. Exactly, Hippie. You know, and if I was someone that was a gamer, like, you know, you see competitive gamers, and, you know, obviously, if you're competing in, you know, esports and stuff, like, obviously your reflexes, when they do start to get slower, that's pretty much the end almost of your career, you know, because someone else is going to come along who's faster than you. You know what I mean? Which is, it's true of everything. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter what you pursue. There's always going to be someone who's better than you. Sometimes they're better than you only because they're given a better opportunity earlier on to hone their skills. And then by the time they reach where you are, they already surpass you. You know, and that's always going to happen. I think it's just important to understand that, realize that, and also accept it as well when it happens. So because I don't worry about that stuff, because I'm not a competitive gamer, like I'm not, and speedrunners as well, as I imagine too, you know, the older a speedrunner gets at games, the less quick, like less fast their reaction time to thing are. And obviously not everything about speedrun is reflex based, you know, sometimes it's just about knowing where to go and which route is actually quicker. But there's also the moments in the game where you need fast reflexes, and also remembering like the minutia of knowing exactly when the game lets you skip a cutscene, because some games don't let you skip the cutscene as soon as it starts right away, right? Sometimes you have to wait until a couple of frames or more of the cutscene has started, and then the game lets you skip it. You know, so knowing all that kind of stuff, because you might be spamming the button to skip it, but you might go over that little microsecond of time when you're spamming it, that if you didn't go over that microsecond of time, that could have given you a microsecond of time, you know, better on your time overall and all that kind of stuff. So because I'm not that type of gamer, then I don't really have to worry about my reflexes getting worse as I get older and slower, because I'm not doing that style of gaming as well. And so I know that that's how it's going to go, you know. Like, I'm only 39, but when I reach 49, if I'm still playing games, when I reach 59, if I'm still playing games, you know, there's going to come to a point where I'm going to have to start relying on a lot of accessibility options, you know, and things like that if I want to still enjoy the games. Like, for example, Until Dawn and those style of games where you have to be really quick to press the button. You know, I'm going to have to, you know, deal with the fact that there's going to be a time where I can't play those games and get through those scenarios by reflexes, you know, so that's when it'd be like, you know, changing things. I already know some of the things that you can change, like you can change, like people who don't have the strength in their wrist and thumb and everything to actually spam a button in those moments in games like that where they want you to spam it. There's an option to make it a hold thing, and I know that eventually I'm going to get to a point that if I'm still lucky enough, you know, because anything can happen to anyone. You could walk out tomorrow and, you know, not be able to do even the basic of things because something happens, like there's an accident or there's something genetically wrong, or there's something that happens, you know. But knock on wood, if I'm still able to actually, you know, play games when I'm like in my late 40s and late 50s, then it'll be good to be able to still enjoy the experience and just utilize those accessibility options and stuff like that. Where it might get to a point where, say, let's say I'm 55 years old and I'm still able to play video games, then I'll probably have to make use of some of those accessibility things and all that kind of stuff. But I think it's just important to know that, and it doesn't matter what age you are. is eventually you're going to get to a point where you're going to start to notice these things. It might just be a small difference. Like you might go from being someone who doesn't need glasses when they're playing video games, because when you're doing other things you don't need glasses, right? But you might go from that to being someone who needs them. And some people have that earlier than others, and some people don't need, you know what I mean? So there's all this sort of like stuff to keep in mind and all that. But yeah, I think it's important just to have fun, you know, and enjoy what you're doing, whatever it might be. If you're an artist, enjoy being able to do the art that you can, the way that you can do it now, you know, because you might not be able to later. But just, you know, be accepting of that's something that can change, and that is something that won't stay the same the whole time. And I imagine it's something that athletes go through too when they've, you know, been doing something for a long time. It gets to that point where they have to train harder than someone younger than they are, is to maintain, you know, some of their sort of like former strength and all that kind of stuff. So that's just, you know, and there's so much stuff that it doesn't matter how many times you get told something when you're growing up. You know, you might have people saying, you know, don't do this, don't do that. If the thing that they're telling you not to do is something that has major consequences, then sometimes, unfortunately, the learning only happens for that person when they actually are in the thick of it, you know. So someone might be saying, you know, I don't think you should do that because this is the consequence. And you're like, ah, fuck it, I don't give a shit, you know. But then when you're actually in the consequence, then it's like, oh, fuck, you know, I should have listened to them. So sometimes we don't actually fully understand something that someone's been telling us until we're actually going through it ourselves, you know, and all that kind of stuff. Hey there, Anakin. Welcome on in. How's it going? The Hidden City. Pursuing Manuel I always fuck up this word. Palaiologos. Ezio has come to a region called Cappadocia. Locate the missing Ottoman spies and work with them to find the Templars. Full synchronization did not get detected.
Vento Castello!
Hey there, Harbinger. You gonna start chasing Lee today? Maybe. It just depends. Because I'm also doing the Lost Archives DLC and watching Embers as well. And with the Lost Archives DLC, I'll also be getting all the collectibles to get the full ending for that too. So it might not be till tomorrow's stream when I get to Assassin's Creed 3. And again, if you can find him, that's the question. Can you find Charles Lee?
Fresh-caught leeches. Who requires bleeding?
Παναγία μου!
Είναι καλό αυτό. Δεν τα ξεχωρίζω. Δεν είμαι σαν
Try my compress of coriander and lemon. Ideal for the rheumatism and salads.
Είσαι πάντα καθυστερημένος. Το μόνο που ξέρεις να κάνεις είναι να βρίσκεις δικαιολογίες.
This character is voiced by Nadia Barucci, who also does Juno.
Not so close, Adi Herif.
Easy now. Tarek sent me.
Only you? Why not more?
I am enough. Where are your men?
Captured by Byzantines over a week ago. I was just to look like a slave and managed to escape. But the others... Are you a capable fighter?
I like to think so.
Well, when you are certain, come find me.
There we go, there's Nadia's IMDb. The lizard people evolved. I believe they're amphibian. They used to eat flies. Where's that from, Harbinger?
Could be trouble, I think.
Come forward. Take your health seriously.
Not like Costa.
Harbinger can't say it'll be a spoiler. Ah, okay. Is it from Mass Effect 2 or 3 or something? Can't say it'll be a spoiler. Fair enough.
Did you happen to see that? We caught another of the Sultan's spies lurking about. A woman this time, disguised as a harlot of low birth.
Sending his harem girls now, eh? It seems the Sultan is running out of skilled fighters. Where did you take her?
Inside, into the prisons. But she won't last long. Not with Shakulu in charge.
So the dude who spoke last there is voiced by Alex Ivanovici, and the dude who spoke with him is Andreas. The spy who shunned me. The spy Delara has been discovered and imprisoned by the Byzantines. Now her fate is uncertain. Find and rescue Delara before it is too late. Full synchronization, do not kill anyone.
How soon before my soldiers are trained to use those guns?
A few weeks at most.
Janissaries will know I have betrayed them by now. But do they have the resources for retribution?
Doubtful. The Sultan's battle with Selim commands most of their attention.
What the hell is that spell?
Apologies, Manuel. Some of these Ottoman prisoners are so fragile.
Shakuru, try to moderate your anger. I know the Sultan humiliated your people, but there is no need to spit on men who are beneath us.
You take the woman from the prison and bring her to the chapel.
Shakulu, I don't have the key.
Find it! Find it!
Who has the key? You?
I think Nicholas has it. He's on leave in the market.
Christemu, I'd like to run that man through with a spear.
Hey, keep that to yourself, Daxi.
I love how Shakulu says that.
Then find it! Then find it!
Someone's had my son!
Your labors are not in vain. Curayo to you.
You took your time.
You are welcome.
Aman Allah. What is that?
Not everyone was taken prisoner.
Poor men. Allah Siti Kutsasim. That Turkmen renegade did this. Shakulu. I'll kill him!
Wait!
Anakin, you always loved Cappadocia's level design. Yeah. And especially for a location we only visit for one sequence as well. They could have just made it a very basic looking place, but they didn't. You got the full sync for the final mission with exactly 20 kills yesterday. Oh, that's cool. That's really good to get it with the exact amount. Nicely done, dude. You can, Anakin, yeah. Once you've done, you can actually replay memories of Cappadocia. What do you mean? One mistake and you would have had to repeat it. The mission ended seconds later. That's definitely good that you got it in time.
Acrobats. Is that traveling shohi?
Oh yeah, Anakin. Yeah, I wish in the newer games you could actually replay quests.
You do not cooperate very well.
I'm here to rescue my men, not make friends. Right there.
That armor is too thick for bullets. I will have to get in close.
Jonas, we have to help him.
The Renegade. Shakulu is torturing the remaining Ottoman prisoners. Kill Shakulu before any more die. Full synchronization. Do not let Janos lose more than half his health.
Men who make a fetish out of murder deserve no pity.
Please, God, let me live.
I don't want to die. I quit.
Sen çok yaşadı Lara.
Can you walk?
Evet.
The rifles you brought, they should be destroyed.
Most of them don't actually work. But the gunpowder is real. We could not fake that.
Bene. Keep out of sight until you hear the explosions. Then you run.
Explosions? If you do that, all hell will break loose. You will panic the entire city.
See, I am counting on it.
And then what?
Then I find Manuel Paleologos.
Oh yeah, Anakin, he really, really does. You know, you don't really see him heaps in the story, but he's quite a formidable adversary. Hey there, Rosie. Age finally catching up to Ezio, eh? Yeah, it's pretty good for what his age is to be able to do all this stuff. I'm now more salt and pepper than man. Yeah, age, the one thing that, you know, happens to us all, which isn't true of everyone, obviously, but... enjoy whatever age you're at when you can, because there'll come a time where you can't.
That could be. On him! Get the bastard! There! Kill him! Aha! On him!
Don't stand up. Get away. Don't stand.
You win! Addio!
Siga! Siga! This is gunpowder, not millet! I got it!
Decommissioned. The weapons taken from the Ottomans have been locked away. Infiltrate the weapons depot and destroy the gunpowder. Full synchronization, do not take any damage. Anakin, you're also playing Revelations, but the analog protective cap of your Xbox controller gave up. Did it really? Oh, jeez. Knock on wood, I haven't really had anything like that happen with any Xbox controllers. The worst that's happened is the right the right bumper button not actually working anymore. Like, it can press in and stuff, but it doesn't actually work anymore because when you press it, nothing happens in the game, whatever game you're playing.
Hey, this is your big day.
Fucking enemies that punch and can't be fucking bloody counter-attacked. And it can also, A button doesn't work fully well, so every now and then Ezio decides to jump away, lol. Damn. Creating so many annoying situations. Anasune, you finished AC3 a couple of days ago, and something you think they could have done, not saying they should have done it, just could, is when it comes to Rogue, they could have made it so Shay wore Connor's outfit while he was an assassin, so then in 3 the reason Shay kept the outfit would be a symbolic reminder of the crimes and failure the assassins committed. Yeah, I mean there's so many different things that could have been done in different ways.
Hold on. Go!
Wow, you'll regret being born.
Bull fucking shit, game. Bull fucking shit. The cunt was fucking bloody up on a fucking bloody staircase. And fucking fumbled at that too.
Let me talk to the next builder. Track him down!
That gun is for you.
Ah. Anasune, apparently Connor's robes were originally Edward's, which I found weird since his robes look very different. Yeah. Yeah, I like both outfits. Rosie, would this be Rod's post-assassination dialogue? Depends on how pissed off I was at the person that got killed.
You cannot mistake! Where do you think that one's from? Go to hell, Katarma!
Get the trailee and shit peddlers through here.
Go! Another trader? Doesn't look like one. Go to hell, Katarma! This morning shakedown? I love Oh yeah, coming back. Another. I'll take you straight to hell. Wait a minute. You that monk from Athos we did. Let's
Pisto dialos in Benny.
Sabotage, Manuel. You need to take cover.
Get out of my way! Citizens, soldiers, compose yourselves. not give in to fear. We are the true shepherds of Constantinopolis. We are the lords of this land. We are Byzantines. Corayo, stand fast. Do not let anyone break your... Oh, Skata. Stop that man! Cut him down!
Last of the Paleologi. Manuel Paleologos is trying to calm his people amid the chaos of the explosions, a perfect opportunity to kill him and recover the final Masyaf key. Full synchronization did not take any damage. Oh yeah, they really are, Anakin. Sometimes it's crazy. Even years after release, the controllers are still expensive. This is the first time ever in all the years I've played this game since 2011 that I've actually played without the HUD. So I'm definitely spoiled by having HUD, mini-map, everything to actually help. And so now what you think about it, what if they weren't Edward's robes? What you mean by that is, what if Edward had them made for Haytham should he choose to join the Brotherhood? Yeah, I'm not really too sure about the lineage of the robes. Like, you've got the fact that Achilles gives Connor's robes to him. So I don't know how Achilles got Edward's robes. If those robes are supposed to be Edward's. Gotta watch what you read online too, because sometimes it's just fans making up shit.
Fuck you now! Try it, Trelos! I'm with you, other man! Aha!
Remotely cuts through. Not body!
Stop and think for a moment. Think about the lives you have disrupted today. The anarchy you have sown here.
Have him now!
Something weird's happened with the music.
You take advantage of a poor and displaced people, using us to further your own vain quest. But we fight for dignity, assassin. We fight to restore peace to this troubled land.
Templars are always quick to talk of peace, but very slow to concede power.
Because power begets peace, Vlaka. It cannot happen in reverse. These people would drown without a firm hand to lift them up and keep them in line.
There he is. The monster I came to kill.
I had to try to be a smartass by setting up a funny thing I wanted to do.
Now you die! Oh, try it. Don't worry, he won't get caught. I can't see him anymore! Damn it! He's getting away!
Stop and think for a moment. Think about the lives you have disrupted today. The anarchy you have sown here.
Take him now! Come, let me disempower you! Ah, got you now!
Fine then, game, I won't do the funny thing I was trying to fucking set up.
Come, face mortality.
Stop and think for a moment. Think about the lives you have disrupted today. The anarchy you have sown here.
I can't find my gun if I'm dead, can I?
I tell you fucking what, when the camera fucking works against you, it really fucking pisses me off.
I see him! Master! He's found him! There! Off limits to you! You won't outrun me! More balls! No! He won't get far! Getting bust! You are interested in that. I'm here with you, brother! I need a good laugh.
Fuck you, cunt.
I should have been Constantine's successor. He had so many plans.
Your dream dies with you, Manuel. Your empire is gone.
Ah. But I am not the only one with this vision, assassin. The dream of our order is universal. Ottoman, Byzantine. These are only labels. Costumes and facades. Beneath these trappings, all Templars are part of the same family.
Enough prattling. I am here for the Masyav key.
Then take it. Take it. And seek your fortune. See if you get within 100 leagues of that library before one of us finishes you off.
Poor Manuel, last of the Palerlogi. I should not have put him in charge of our Masyaf expedition. He was an arrogant man. Impossible to keep in line.
You disappoint me, Ahmed. Why the Templars?
Because I am tired of all of these pointless blood feuds that pit father against son, brother against brother. To achieve true peace, mankind must think and move as one body, with one mastermind. The secrets in the Grand Temple will give us just that. And Altair will lead us there.
Delusions. Altair's secrets are not for you.
I am not interested in arguing, Ezio. I am here for the Masyaf keys.
Keys? Are there more than this one?
So I have heard. Perhaps I should ask someone who knows better. Sofia Sartor. Is that her name?
She knows nothing. Leave her be.
We shall see.
I will kill you if you touch her!
I know you'll try.
Understand, are you doing a different challenge for each AC game? Well, I've already done a no HUD before this game, so not every single game is going to have like a completely different challenge applied to it that no other games in this annual series run have had. But I'm doing something different with AC3 that I haven't done with any of these games in this annual series run yet. At least I think so. Yeah. There's going to be another stealth challenge playthrough. I've already done one of those with Bloodlines, but I'm going to do another one of those with another game. Escape. The Templars, now led by Prince Ahmet, have threatened to kill Sophia if Ezio does not hand over the Masyaf keys. Leave Cappadocia and make haste to Constantinople. Full synchronization, do not lose more than half your health. Anakin, they look very far off from Edward's robes and Black Flag. You don't know about comics and such, though. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, from memory, I don't really see any similarities between the two outfits at all, to be honest. You did everything right in this mission and then got hit at the end by Manuel. Yeah, it can be very annoying when that happens. Anakin, he runs very fast for a man of his weight and cholesterol. That's true. Yep, he's very fast, that guy. Requiescant and Punche, cunt. Keys. Are there more than this one? Yeah, it was Ezio's failed attempt at trying to act like he didn't know that there were more. Hoping that Ahmet didn't realize that there was more than one. This music's doing something weird, so I'm quitting the game and then going back in to fix the fucking thing. Alright, now the music should be fixed. Anakin, can't wait for your AC3, man. It feels great to have someone to talk to while working. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I'll get to it today, because there's still some other stuff that'll probably take a while. I'm doing the Lost Archives DLC and getting all the collectibles, which can take some time. Especially if I miss any and have to go back in and find some. And then I'll be watching Embers as well, which only goes for about 20 minutes, but it might take me 2 more hours to finish the game and do Lost Archives. Could be 4 more hours on top. That's better, the music actually sounds proper now. It'll be the remastered, because in order to be able to wear Edward's outfit for the playthrough, I need to do the remastered version. Because as part of celebrating the 10th anniversary of Black Flag, every game that has Edward's outfit in it that I play, that is, Rogue not included, I'm going to have the character wear the Edward outfit.
Damn! It's a killer! Someone help me!
There's no need to fight these enemies here, you can just run off. You get saved by the cutscene. Anakin, Black Flag is your #1 AC, Brotherhood edges it real close, but Black Flag is at the top. It's such a great game, Anakin. I really do enjoy it a lot.
Niccolo Polo. Our time together was brief, I know. But I have faith this codex will answer the many questions you have yet to ask.
Altair, this gift is invaluable. Grazie.
So, where will you go next?
Back to Constantinople for a time. We will establish a guild there before returning to Venezia.
Your son Marco will be eager to hear his father's wild stories.
He is a little young for such tales, but one day soon, see?
Father, a vanguard of Mongols has broken through. The village is overrun.
Niccolo, your cargo and provisions are waiting for you by the village gates. We will escort you there.
Thank you, Mentor.
Ready the catapults and watch for my signal. Stay close. This...
This is one of those memories that doesn't tell you, you know, what the story of it is. Hey there, Milan. Good morning to you. Watching with the volume low so you don't wake up your guests just yet. Hope you're well. I am, thanks, Milan. Yeah, things are going well. Things are going good. Hope things are for you too. Anasune, speaking of Black Flag, you really like the pirate cloak. Now, if you could wear the pirate captain, black and red robes alongside the pirate cloak, that would look great. It would, Anasune. You know, I think that combination together would look awesome. You've nearly finished Odyssey now that you think, Milan. Oh, cool. So, you've done the DLC as well? Passing the torch. Having spent more than a month in training with Altair, the Polo brothers are ready to return to Constantinople, but a party of Mongols is blocking their way. Escort the Polo brothers safely out of the village.
I need your help! Hurry!
Well, stay close. All right, this way.
They've gained the advantage.
Well, let's go. All right, this way.
Father, are you hurt?
Give me a moment. The end of an era. When I was very young, I was foolish enough to believe that our creed would bring an end to all these conflicts. If only I possessed the humility to say to myself, I have seen enough for one life. I have done my part. Then again, there is no greater glory than fighting to find the truth.
We are ready.
A last favor, Niccolo. Take these with you and guard them well. Hide them if you must.
Artifacts?
Of a kind. They are keys. Each one imbued with a message.
A message for whom?
I wish I knew.
Anasune, one thing you're not a huge fan of in Black Flag is how the firearms on Edward's chest kind of just cut off, do they? Yeah, it's something I never really noticed.
Forgive the haste of my handwriting, Claudia. Much has transpired, and little of it good. I am on a ship bound for Constantinople, in pursuit of a man whose treachery has eluded me until now. Prince Ahmed, Suleiman's uncle, is the man leading Templars here. He is the mastermind behind their Masyaf expedition, and he will stop at nothing to retrieve the keys, all of which are now in assassin hands. So what holds me back? Why do I not take the keys to Masyaf myself and be done with these fools? Because I have been careless. Because the Templars know about Sophia, and they're looking for her. Oh, Claudia, if anything should happen to her, I could not live with myself. I have dragged her into a war she knows nothing about. And it will be my burden to bear if she comes to any harm.
Citizens of the Empire and travelers from foreign lands take heed. By order of the Janissaries, new restrictions apply to all who travel to and from the city. Note that a reward of 10,000 akçe will be given without question to anyone who brings in information that leads to the immediate arrest of the suikastçı, Ezio Auditore.
Do you find my vest a little garish? As if some artist had decided to rely on randomly generated...
Anasune, are there any games in your run through that you're looking forward to? For you personally, in your run, you're looking forward to Unity? Yeah, I mean, with the exception of Odyssey, I always look forward to all the games that I do in the annual series run. And when it comes to playing the games multiple times and, you know, playing them over and over again every year, throughout the year, without taking, you know, having it be something that I always do, you know, as part of the channel. The beauty of it is that by the time I get back around to another game in the series I've already done earlier, it means that I'm fresh again for it. That and doing other stuff as well also helps too, where I have a different approach for a different playthrough. That also helps make it feel fresh. But yeah, I pretty much look forward to the majority of the games that I do. I don't hate Odyssey, but it's the worst Assassin's Creed game. But it is a great RPG title though. Not as good as The Witcher 3, which I would say is a masterpiece in comparison. But as an RPG game, it's pretty good, but not as an Assassin's Creed game. Afro Rogue. Well, Rogue's interesting because while it is an Assassin's Creed game, even though you're playing as a Templar, obviously, but it's much more of an Assassin's Creed game than Odyssey is. But I hate the story and the character, so that's why I don't play it. There's nothing about the story or the character that I like about Rogue, so I just don't play it because I don't see the point in wasting my time playing a game I don't like. Just because it's part of the series. Milan, very well. You have your niece, her husband, and her 2.5-year-old daughter aboard for the weekend. It's funny, you have to say 2.5-year-old when you talk about Molly's age because the half year is important to her. Yesterday you welcomed them aboard and asked if Molly was 3 yet. When your niece told you that Molly was 2, Molly piped up, "I'm not 2, I'm 2.5. It is funny, you know. But it's so interesting how, you know, someone's personality can come through so early in their life as well, you know. Obviously there's things that can change our personality as we get older, but you know, some people, you know, show what kind of personality they're going to have, you know, at such a young age as well. I remember being told stories about when I was a child and a toddler and stuff, how about, you know, I'd always laugh at my own jokes kind of thing. Which I guess I do in some extent as an adult, because my jokes aren't that funny. And if anyone does laugh, it's just me. But that's a whole different other thing. Anakin Templar's Creed. Exactly. Yeah. Now, I would have preferred playing as Haytham for the whole game. If Rogue was about Haytham, then I would have played it. And if they had better writing for it. Honestly, in AC Odyssey, it's like someone asked Ubisoft how big they want the map, and they said yes. Yeah, exactly. You know. But they gave it to a Ubisoft studio that doesn't like the core elements of the series. So that's a big, you know, thing right there. Like in Syndicate, there's jabs here and there that they take at the legacy of the series, Ubisoft Quebec, but it's not as overt as when they did Odyssey. Afro, well, the Templars in Rogue basically act like assassins. Ubisoft just swapped the two groups' names. Exactly. Very, very lazy.
What on earth is he doing?
Very, very lazy writing.
Please, try to avoid pointy objects in future.
I mean, it's kind of expected because the game came out the same year they actually literally started working on it from day one, so definitely a lot of stuff that, given more time, if they were given a year to develop and write the story, that would have been a different thing, but they didn't have that time. Repair all, even though there's nothing to repair.
Well, I suppose you're...
And yeah, Syndicate was more like some satire fun, but Odyssey was like they were trying to rebuild the foundations of a series that was already going strong. Exactly, you know, turning it into a fantasy series when it's actually always been a sci-fi. If there's any other element in it other than a historical time period setting, it's been sci-fi. It hasn't never been fantasy. And I mean, they try to explain it away as, you know, it's the viewpoint of the character in their own time period, experiencing these memories, thinking it looks the way that it does, you know, but you can only stretch that so far, and even Valhalla stretches it too far with Dawn of Ragnarok DLC as well. It's this idea of trying to make the series into an RPG fantasy series like The Witcher. It's definitely where a lot of the problems have come through, but yeah, Syndicate, I would say that Syndicate is Ubisoft Quebec's best Assassin's Creed game. Because it actually is an Assassin's Creed game, you know what I mean? And then, you know, the writers of Quebec, they always want to reduce the importance of legacy characters before Odyssey. You know what I mean? And I'd be saying the same thing if it was Alexius who was canon to Odyssey in the franchise. But this idea of making the character in Odyssey this superior character to all the rest, you know, and wanting to essentially have the ability to put that character in any time period and potentially say, oh, the only reason these other characters were successful because this character was doing something secret behind the scenes that we didn't know about at the time, but that makes them more important because they were doing these things behind the scenes, you know what I mean? Like even Eivor, who literally has the memories and Isu DNA of, you know, the ones who came before, is less powerful than Cassandra. Not because there's any fair reason why, but they wanted their character to be the one who's superior to all the other ones. So you've also got that happening in Odyssey as well. And I think Quebec were always jealous of Montreal and what they did with the series. And so a lot of that comes through in how they treat the franchise. After people say they want to play as a Templar, but you just don't get how that will transfer to gameplay. Yeah, I mean, you know, you'd have the thing where killing innocent people is okay. So you'd have that as a thing where the game doesn't penalize you for killing innocent people. But you'd also have to have them that they don't wear the outfit that the assassins do as well. But just skipping viewpoints in an AC game, that's true, Harbinger, yeah. Not getting every viewpoint in every single game. Especially when we get to Origins, because that would take more hours than I want to put into the playthrough. Discovery. Prince Ahmet has threatened to harm Sophia. Find and protect her. Full synchronization. If attacked, kill 5 guards in close combat without getting hit.
your rest, brother. Requiescat in pace.
Brothers, sisters, the whole city rises against us, while Yusuf's murderer waits and watches from the arsenal, laughing. Fight with me, and show him what it means to cross the assassins.
Took his ass! Please! I'm only visiting! I don't know what's going on! Help me! No!
My assassin's taken all my kills off me, so I can't get the optional objective done. There we go, got it.
Now! Don't let him escape! He won't escape! Get the bastard!
Yeah, fucking game's glitching the arrow storm for me. Fuck, I hate when that happens. No, it won't let me do it anymore. Fuck you, game glitch. Fuck you. Takes away the awesomeness of being able to do it. Oh, so now it works.
You suppose the next Sultan would be an easy kill? Your time has come, assassin.
Where is she?
Such fury.
Where is she?
If you think you are in a position to negotiate, kill me and be done with it. I am sorry it had to come to this. Two men who should be friends, quarreling over the keys to a library. We both strive for the same end, Ezio. Only our methods differ. Do you not see that? Peace, stability, a world where men live without fear. People desire the truth, yes. But even when they have it, they refuse to look. How do we fight this kind of ignorance?
Liberty can be messy, Ahmed, but it is priceless.
Of course. And when things fall apart, and the lights of civilization dim, Ezio Auditore can stand above the darkness and say proudly, I stayed true to my creed. I will open that library, and I will find the Grand Temple. And with the power that is hidden there, I will destroy the superstitions that keep men divided.
Not in this life, Ahmed.
Bring the seals to Galata Tower when you are ready. Do this, and Sophia will be spared. My brother's army will be here soon, Ezio. After that, everything changes.
How long have you been here?
Long enough.
I had Ahmed killed as soon as he returned. But I never expected to hear all this.
And what do you think?
He is a sincere man. But this Templar fantasy of his is dangerous. It flies in the face of reality. The world is a tapestry of many colors and patterns. A just leader would celebrate this, not seek to unravel it.
He fears the disorder that comes from difference.
That is why we make laws to live by. A qanun that applies to all in equal measure.
Shahzadem, stand back!
Hold, soldier! This man is not our enemy.
What a challenge it would be to have a son like you.
You are not dead yet, old friend. Ezio, spare my uncle if you can.
Would your father?
No.
Afro, you also hated how Eivor refused to acknowledge whenever she saw Isutek and stuff. Yeah, it's that kind of thing where you want to show that when Eivor's experiencing the memories of Odin, that they're not seeing the tech, they're seeing the magic, you know, and it's all about perspective. Then you have that shift where Eivor realizes that Valhalla doesn't exist. But we still see things through that veil of what someone in that time period would expect Valhalla to look like. It's not until we go there as Layla in present day that we see how the simulation has broken down and it's all over the place and glitches and, you know, all that kind of stuff. But we never really get a good ending for Eivor's story where we can actually see her perspective change, and it would have been cool if when she sees Odin in that final Eivor chapter story, it would have been better if she saw Odin the way he actually looked, not the way that she was seeing him looking in the memory that she experienced of him in the Asgard and Jotunheim story arcs. You know, I think that would have been a good point, to have the character see the Isu for who they actually were, not this fantasy coating on top of them. Milan, Molly's a lovely child. She's a good little girl. You've shown her around and told her to be careful around the stove, and she has done exactly as you told her. You let the stove burn out, so it's too hot now. You're going to use the radiators while they are here. They use engine power or gas to heat up though, so they're a little more expensive to use than the stove. You're going to be playing pirates with Molly later. Well, that would be cool to spend some time and you know, play a game like that, and also that's good too as well, to point out when something is dangerous, and for someone, you know, at that age to understand and actually, you know, take heed of that as well. Anasune, one thing you like about Odyssey and Rogue is the idea of a bounty system instead of desynchronization thing when you kill civilians. I mean, I get the whole thing about assassins not killing civilians, but you know, the whole gameplay versus story thing. Yeah, I mean, the thing about Odyssey is that the killing of innocents that you can do has no story consequences. It's all just gameplay consequence. You can't change how the character's perceived by others in the story based on your actions. You know, in Red Dead Redemption 2, how if you have low honor, people react to you differently? Well, there's nothing really like that happening in Odyssey. So there's no punishment really for the character. So it becomes just a gameplay thing, because there's never one point in the story where Cassandra or Alexius, if you're playing as them, laments the fact that they've killed an innocent people, because there's no innocent people that they're killing in the story. It's only in gameplay, you know what I mean? But there's no punishment for the character in story to do that. So it's really just a gameplay thing only. There's no story relevance to killing innocent people in that game and looting and stealing, you know what I mean? So I'm only visiting. I don't know what's going on. Thanks for redeeming that, Harbinger. You pressed enter by accident, did ya? Ah, Deb. Hey there, Snoop. How's it going? Hope things are going well, Doug. And yeah, Revelations are going good. We're getting closer and closer to finishing Ezio's side of things anyway. I'll also be doing the Lost Archives DLC, and we'll be watching Embers as well later on. So still a little bit to do, but it's going well. Hey there, Senny. Good day to you as well, dude. Welcome on in. How's the liberation of Constantinople going? It's going really well, Crooked. Yeah, we're getting close to the end of Ezio's story in this, and making good progress. I don't know if I'll start AC3 today, though, because the Lost Archives DLC, I'll be doing the collecting of everything, and there'll probably be some things that I miss and have to backtrack to get. So, still a bit to do yet. Hey there, Levy. Good morning to you as well. I hope you're going well. Hope things are going good. And how's the doggo? I hope everything's going good.
Why I know that man.
Hey, why the... I know that man. Why the hood.
I'm under. I've lost sight of him. Hurry! Get him! What the captain? Hurry!
So I've got a new channel point reward that I came up with, and what it won't be for every game. It's only really games that have the function to replay a mission or a quest, whatever the type of thing it is. But when it gets redeemed, I'll replay a mission with just the music playing. So that'll be a redeem that won't be active for every game that I stream. Only ones that give me the ability to actually go in and replay a level. Not empty faction building. Tunnel entrance, that's what I wanted. Crooked, she's full of energy right now, lol. Destroying her toy as usual. Yeah. Like, here's a new toy. 10 minutes later. It's like, what the fuck? What happened? It was fine before. Harbinger, you know what to redeem for the lead chase mission. Yeah, Harbinger, that game's got awesome music too. Milan, in Odyssey you only have 5 cultists to kill. You turned Cassandra away from the grips of the cult and into her mother's arms yesterday. Oh, that's good, Milan. Yeah, whenever I do a playthrough of that game, that's actually, like, not every single playthrough that I do of it, but when I'm doing like a story-focused playthrough and doing it in a canon kind of way, I always save Demos. Thanks for that, Crooked. Thanks for redeeming that. So I've got a longer cooldown on that because it does require me to obviously replay a whole mission. So there's actually an hour cooldown on that. But thanks for redeeming that, Crooked. Forum of the Ox, if you played it yet. Thanks, Senny. It's okay, no worries at all, dude. So Forum of the Ox. There we go. Alright, so Sequence 5, Memory 6, Forum of the Ox. Excellent. Alright, so let's turn the audio for the voice down to 0. And I had the SFX down to 5. And then we'll turn the music volume up to 10. Alright, so that's... Oop. There we go. Milan, she was a good fighter, was Demos. Toughest cultist fights so far have been against her. Yeah, it is funny though with the tree, how they both get knocked out by the tree. I always found that interesting. Sorry about that, Crooked. There was some weird glitch with the music that's happening. It makes it sound really tinny. And the only way to stop it is to close the game down and actually restart it, which is annoying. Hey there, Royal Twix. Welcome on in. Yeah, as Anasune said, I've got a channel points reward for certain games where you can replay missions to just replay the mission with the music only. Anasune, if Ubisoft had started a new series starting with Odyssey, they could have made so many cool games without the limitations of lore already set up in the series. It was also odd. That's right, Anasune, yeah. Yeah, that's definitely something that they could have done. It could have been like its whole new IP as well. Milan, it was also odd how she thought two unarmed soldiers would be able to kill you in your cell. that was also a ridiculous thing too. Oh yeah, Crooked. It happened in the Cappadocia sequence earlier in the stream as well. Hey there, Matthew. Welcome on in. Hope it's going well. Afro, did you fall for Hatham not being an assassin back in the day when AC3 came out? I did, yeah. It sort of went over my head before the reveal. Thank you so much for redeeming that, Crooked. I absolutely love the music in this whole part here. I mean, the whole fucking soundtrack's amazing, of course, but there we go. So I'll go and turn the other audio stuff back on now. For those who might have just come in, I've got a channel point reward. It's actually on cooldown now, but when you redeem it in games that can allow you to replay missions, I've got a channel point reward where when you redeem it, I turn the sound effects and dialogue audio off and just keep the music on, and then replay that whole mission or quest, whatever it might be. I think I had that on 5, dialogue on 10, and put the music back down to 8. Afro, how do you like them apples? That was a good achievement. It really was. I like that tongue-in-cheek name they gave the achievement. When that happens in AC3.
I will just get out of your way.
Milan, is the Atlantis storyline in Odyssey DLC? You're not sure which bits are DLC because you downloaded the whole thing in one go. Yeah, so when you have the Eagle Bearer visit Pythagoras, all that stuff was with the game from day one. But the actual Atlantis content is when you have to oh shit, what is it? I can't remember the actual instigation point for it off the top of my head now. But the whole killing of the Cyclops and all that, that's all part of the main game's content. Anasune personally didn't fall for it since they had someone completely different in trailers and on the cover. Now if Haytham was on the cover, then you would have fallen for it. That's understandable, Anasune. I remember just thinking that when I started playing the game, I just thought that they were just doing a thing where we're showing you how Connor's parents met and how they, you know, what they were like and all that kind of stuff. I just thought it was just setting that up. And therefore, I didn't even think about whether or not Haytham was an assassin or not. You know what I mean? And given the time period as well, I thought there was just a thing going on where the assassins were a bit more discreet, maybe. Or something. I don't know, but yeah, I just didn't guess the twist before it happened. Thanks, Crooked. Thank you for that, dude. Yeah, it will be Afro. It will be. There's so many great pieces of music in AC3 as well. Crooked, absolutely. That whole mission is fantastic with the chase, but the music really makes it 10 times more epic. It really does, Crooked, and that's the kind of stuff that I miss now in the newer games. They don't have anything similar to that. You know, there's just something... There's a spectacle about those sort of like chase sequences in the earlier games that they don't do anymore. Like, yeah, there's moments in Assassin's Creed Origins and also in Odyssey where you have to chase a character, but it's very bland chase sequence. There's no spectacle to it. There's no excitement about it. It's just basically follow this character until they stop or until you get to them, and then boom. You know, there's no oomph. There's no holy shit, this is fucking epic. There's nothing like that now with chase moments in the series. I think it's a real shame. Afra, you'll be chasing Charles Lee through the dock twice. Yeah, I can definitely see that happening with that redeem. That's for sure. Yeah, Milan. So anything with the monsters that you fight and all that was already in the main game. But yeah, I can't remember what actually activates the Fate of Atlantis DLC. I think it's some quest. What do they call it? I can't remember the Keeper or something like that. And so now you'll be back. Just going to leave and come back. See if that fixes the synchronization of sound and video. That's fair enough, Anasune. The exchange. Collect the Masyaf keys and deliver them to Ahmet to save Sophia. Full synchronization. Rescue Sophia before she loses 50% health. Oh, that's good, Anasune. That's good that it's better now.
This is my patch, and I'll take on anybody who does not like it.
Mentor?
Now should be a time for remembrance and mourning, I know. But our enemies do not permit us that luxury. Yusuf thought highly of you, assassin. And I find no reason to second-guess this judgment. Do you have it in your heart to lead these men and women, and to maintain the dignity of our order, as Yusuf did with such passion?
It would be an honor.
Bene, I am glad. Our enemy is close. Take positions around the tower, and wait for my command.
If you need aid, you are welcome here.
Where is she?
I admire you, Ezio. But your bloodlust makes it hard to call you a friend.
Bloodlust? A strange insult from the man who ordered an attack on his own nephew.
He was to be kidnapped, Ezio, not killed.
I see. Kidnapped by the Byzantines, so that his uncle could rescue him and be heralded a hero.
More or less. Now, the keys.
First, the girl.
She's all yours.
Sophia!
Tell your men to back off. She's all yours.
Dannazione!
Teşekkürler efendim. Çok teşekkürler.
Bizi koru. Time to leave.
Are you hurt?
Not hurt, but very confused.
I did not mean to drag you into this. I'm sorry.
You're not responsible for the actions of other men.
All this will be over soon, but I need to recover what they have taken.
I do not understand what is happening. Ezio, who are these men?
Run!
Milan, Molly's awake now. Her mum and dad are still sleeping, so Molly is now watching with you in the boatman's cabin, so please keep language PG, folks. You let your niece and her husband use your bed so they could sleep together, and Molly slept in the boatman's cabin in the lower bunk while you set up the top bunk for the first time ever. You're moored by the pub. You've ordered breakfast for you all at 10 AM, so an hour to wait, but it's worth the wait. Well, that's cool, Milan, as well. You know, getting breakfast sorted and organised and, you know, getting that into your system. Anasune, thank you so much for the 7 months in a row. Thank you, I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so, so much. You forgot how long you've been sub for, but you never thought that it was 7 months. Thank you so much, Anasune. Time just flies so fast, you know. But thank you very much, I really appreciate it. End of the road. Ahmet is leaving the city with the 5 Masayef keys. Catch him before he escapes. Full synchronization, kill 20 guards.
We are close. Keep steady.
Well, well. You have come to see me off.
For that.
Hold on! Hang on, Sophia!
Look out! Ezio!
Are you hurt, Sophia?
I don't think so.
Hold on!
Obviously. Oh no! Va bene. I am all right.
Soldiers, up ahead!
I see them.
Sophia, you must be careful!
I know!
Steel yourself, Sophia! More soldiers! What are you doing?
Oh my! Please move!
Ezio, look!
You have been a thorn in my side long enough.
Wow! Go, Ezio, I'm fine!
Milan, it was cute last night. You arranged everything so Molly could sleep with her mom and dad, but she insisted on sleeping in the boatman's cabin because that's where your cat sleeps, and she wanted to sleep with the cat. Yeah, you gotta love that kind of logic. Anakin, wow, this is so realistic. All taxi drivers in Istanbul drive like this. I wouldn't have a clue in reality. Anasune, you're going to go and continue with Liberation. As always, though, you're leaving the lurk. That's okay, Anasune. Thank you for leaving the lurk. Thanks for watching as well. I hope that you enjoy some more Liberation.
So what now, Ezio? How does this end?
I am wondering that myself.
Oh! Soldiers! Selim is not your master! You serve the Sultan! You carry out his command alone! Where is he? Where is the Sultan?
He stands before you, brother. Father made his choice.
Selim! Stop! Please!
Yeah.
So, you are the assassin. Ezio Auditore. I am Selim, Suleiman's father. He speaks quite highly of you.
He is a remarkable boy with a magnificent mind.
Were it not for his endorsement, I would have you killed where you stand. Leave this place. Do not return.
You did the right thing, Ezio. This is not your fight.
But where does one end and the next begin?
Well, aren't you thinking how amazing his skills are with a paraglider, considering it's a new and unique invention that nobody has really tested properly? Exactly. His experience using flying machines might have helped.
Bill, good to see you. Listen, we've got a customs officer waiting to talk to everyone.
I hope you have something for us.
Absolutely. Passports and papers for everyone.
Ah, brilliant. So I'm what? A neurosurgeon now, am I?
You're a medical team from SUNY Upstate. Just back from Rome with your patient. Experimental gene therapy.
Good work. Let's get this over with.
Wait, look! This is crazy!
What's wrong?
I'm not sure, but Desmond's brain is lighting up like a string of firecrackers.
Here it comes.
What is that? What's going on?
This is the end, Desmond. Scheduled for deletion.
What are you doing?
What is a man but the sum of his memories? We are the stories we live, the tales we tell ourselves.
Don't do this.
I'm saving you, idiot! Go! Go!
I write these lines with a steady hand and a light heart. We are in Acre now, Sophia and I, with the 5 Masyaf keys in our possession, and all the time in the world. Sophia is a seasoned traveler, and a fine companion to have so far from home. Tomorrow we will make our way to Masyaf, and once there, into Altair's library, to fulfill our father's forgotten dream. Forgive the shortness of this letter, dear sister, for it is late, and we are tired. Perhaps, with luck, the next words you hear from me will be in person. Con affetto, Ezio.
A homecoming. Ezio and Sophia have arrived at Masyaf after many weeks of travel. Time to open the library and to experience one of the most epic endings of video games.
Over here.
Such a climb. È così bello qui. This is where your order began?
It began thousands of years ago, but here it was reborn.
By the man you mentioned, Altair?
Altair ibn Ahad. He built us up, then set us free. He saw the folly of keeping a castle like this. It had become a symbol of arrogance and a beacon for all our enemies.
And the mandate for menacing hoods? Was that his idea as well? You mentioned a creed before. What is it?
Nothing is true. Everything is permitted.
That is rather cynical.
It would be if it were doctrine, but it is merely an observation of the nature of reality. To say that nothing is true is to realize that the foundations of society are fragile, and that we must be the shepherds of our own civilization. To say that everything is permitted is to understand that we are the architects of our actions, and that we must live with their consequences, whether glorious or tragic.
Do you regret your decision to live as an assassin for so long?
I do not remember making that decision. This life, it chose me. For 3 decades, I have served the memory of my father and my brothers, and fought for those who have suffered the pain of injustice. I do not regret those years, but it is time to live for myself, and let them go. To let go of all of this.
Then let go. You will not fall far.
The end of the road.
What do you hope to find behind that door?
Knowledge, above all else. Altair was a profound man and a prolific writer. He built this place as a repository for all his wisdom. He saw many things in his life, and learned many secrets, both troubling and strange. Knowledge that would drive lesser men to despair.
Does that worry you?
Sophia, you should know by now that I am not a lesser man.
Ezio. You had better come out of there alive.
I plan to. books. No wisdom. Just you, fratello mio. Requiescat in pace, Altair.
You have seen to my books.
Yes. Some we sent with the Polos. The rest will go with me to Alexandria.
Good. Very good.
Father, I do not understand. Why did you build a library if you did not intend to keep your books?
You should go. When the Mongols return, Masyaf must be empty.
I see. This is not a library at all. It is a vault.
It must stay hidden, Darim. Far from eager hands. At least until it has passed on the secret it contains.
What secret?
Go, son. Go be with your family. And live well.
All that is good in me began with you, Father.
Anakin, little historical bite-sized fun fact. Selim became Sultan by killing all of his brothers and conquered most of the East for Ottoman Empire in just 8 years, including Egypt, Syria and Levantine area. He ended Abbasid Caliphate and took the leadership of Muslim world for Ottomans. He then died to anthrax disease. I don't know if there is an entry to him. Because I would be curious to see what they focused on for information about him, but it doesn't seem like there's any info about him that they've put in the game. But that's interesting, Anakin. Definitely didn't know that. Hippie, all that is good with me began with you, Father. It's such a great line, and it's a great moment between the two characters, and it's the last time that they see each other as well. So essentially, you know, even though Darim is not, you know, saying goodbye to his father through death, this is literally, you know, Altair saying, you know, this is where I call my life to an end, you know. Anakin, look at me, I am the entry now. It's an amazing line every time it makes you call your dad. Yeah, and that's the thing too, you know, like, obviously not everyone in the world has parents, and not everyone who had parents actually had parents that, you know, were good and that they still have in their life, and all that kind of stuff. But if you do have parents that, you know, have been really good, it is always good to, you know, be grateful for that, especially if they're still around, you know.
In much wisdom is much grief, and he that increaseth knowledge increaseth sorrow.
What does it tell you? What do you see?
Strange visions and messages of ones who came before, of their rise and their fall.
But what happens to us, Altair? To our family? What does the apple say?
Who were the ones who came before? What brought them here? How long ago?
Get rid of that thing!
This is my duty, Maria. Maria? Where are you? Where is she?
Gone, Father. You do not can't remember? She's gone.
If you are asked, say I sent the apple away. Tell them I sent it to Cyprus or Cipango or that I dropped it into the sea. Tell them anything to keep men away from this place. This apple must not be found. Not until the time is right.
Milan, Altair looked like he was assassinated in his chair. Luckily, he got to just die, you know, of old age. Hey there, Choice. Welcome on in. Milan, now Lexi and Ryan awake too. Time to put the kettle on, you thinks. Hope you enjoy, Milan. Lost Legacy. Altair has emptied Masyaf Castle and dispatched his assassins throughout the world. Now, he just has one more task.
Another artifact. No. You will stay here. I have seen enough for one life. Desmond?
He's talking to me?
I heard your name once before, Desmond. A long time ago. And now it lingers in my mind, like an image from an old dream. I do not know where you are, or by what means you can hear me. But I know you are listening. I have lived my life as best I could, not knowing its purpose, but drawn forward like a moth to a distant moon. And here at last, I discover a strange truth. That I am only a conduit for a message that eludes my understanding. Who are we, who have been so blessed to share our stories like this? To speak across centuries? Maybe you will answer all the questions I have asked. Maybe you will be the one to make all this suffering worth something in the end. Now, listen.
Do you hear me, Cypher? Can you see me? Ah, there you are. Good. A strange place, this nexus of time. I am not used to the calculations. That has always been Minerva's domain. I see you still have many questions. Who were we? What became of us? What do we desire of you? You will have your answers. Only listen, and I will tell you how. Both before the end and after, we sought to save the world. We built vaults within which to work, each dedicated to a different method of salvation. They were placed underground to avoid the war which raged above, and also as a precaution should we fail in our efforts. Each vault's knowledge was transmitted to rebuild, to renew. Listen, you must go there, to the place where we labored and lost. Take my words. pass them from your head into your hands. That is how you will open the way. But be warned, much still remains in flux, and I do not know how things will end, either in my time or yours.
Wait, look, his vitals are stabilizing. Something's happening. He's moving.
Desmond, can you hear me? Son?
I know what we need to do.
Desmond has a facelift. In a matter of seconds, from when we see him here to when we actually see him at the start of AC3. And can you promise not to cry to this? Choice. Yeah. I still think this is one of the best endings in the series, and I would argue that it's probably one of the best in video games as well. Very epic, Milan. Yeah, such an epic ending. Yeah, it really is, Choice. Definitely agree. Anakin, it's the Botox effect you get from Animus. That's true. Took a few seconds for it to appear on his face. Harbinger, and now Ubisoft's epic 20-minute long unskippable credits. That's true, we can't skip these credits. That's for sure. I'm gonna go radio silent for a little bit. But Madeline Bell was the winner of the competition that they held back in the day to actually do the singing that you're hearing now for this game. That's true choice. Yeah, one more game, Assassin's Creed 3, and then that'll be the end of Desmond's saga. Not the end of his involvement in the series, of course, but the ending of his saga. Milan, you know these games better than most folks you know, Rod. Well, thanks, Milan, but there's definitely people who would know it more than I as well. There's a lot of like little tiny minutia details that, you know, I probably forget. Especially when it comes to things like, you know, which game was the one that introduced the ability to do this little tiny thing? And I might be like, I can't remember. But the thing I like to point out is that, you know, I think if you ever want to know anything about the series, just, you know, if you play the games, read the database entries. You know, don't just read what you read on the wiki. You know, sometimes what you read on the wiki is just a fan making up stuff or changing it to sound better or worse than it actually is because they either don't like it as much or they do like it a lot. You know what I mean? So, but the databases in these games, you know, cover a lot of things, especially when it comes to the actual characters, you know, and things like that. So yeah, I often go more for what was in the games themselves rather than what was written by a fan afterwards. Did you manage to trim your beard and eat breakfast while waiting for the credits to end? Well, you could actually build a skyscraper in the amount of time that it takes for this credits to end. So the two things that I have left to do is the Lost Archives DLC, as well as watching Assassin's Creed Embers. But the way that it's timing out, I won't be getting to start AC3 today. So just a heads up for people who are hoping I might have jumped into AC3 relatively soon after this point in the playthrough, but I won't be actually starting Assassin's Creed 3 till it's Sunday for me. But I will keep on streaming, of course. I'm not ending the stream. When I actually stream Embers, I will actually be doing that as a separate stream, because that way when I actually export this to YouTube, I can make sure that the Assassin's Creed... I forgot to move my controller to stop it from going into that mode. So what was I saying? Yeah, about Assassin's Creed 3, not starting that today, and doing the Lost Archives DLC, getting that sorted. Oh yeah, the Embers short movie. When I get to streaming that, I'll stop the stream and then start a new one to just stream that with. That'll be the final thing I do, will be the Assassin's Creed Embers stream, but the next thing I'll be doing is the Lost Archives DLC, which, depending on how I go, because I'm also doing the collectibles, if you don't get the collectibles, you don't get to see the actual ending of that DLC. It just keeps on looping over and over and over and over and over again. But when you actually get all the collectibles, it will unlock the pathway to actually access the true end of the DLC, so I'll be doing that. And I might end up having to backtrack and replay those missions to get those collectibles. Choice, by the way, you did beat Assassin's Creed Desmond Saga, but not the Assassin's Creed 3. I see, Choice, yeah. Yeah, Assassin's Creed 3, you know, last year celebrated its 10th anniversary. It's hard to believe that that long had happened. And again, there are two AC wikis. The one hosted on Fandom is really good. You've been involved with wiki people quite a lot and provided them content, and they keep it really tight. Other one is full of bullshit though. Yeah, that's the thing too, like, because, you know, when you think wiki, you think, oh yeah, whatever says wiki is the wiki, you know, but to have two different ones completely, and which one you see. When it comes to like Red Dead Redemption 1 and 2, there's like Red Dead, wiki, I think it is really good. That's the one that I use whenever I need to look up stuff on it. Milan saw a bargain boat yesterday for sale. It needs interior refit, but it is 70 foot long, 112 years old, and still uses a steam engine. It was a beauty at 35,000 pounds. It would make someone a great home if they're willing to refit the interior. That is a long ass time for it to still be there, like 112. That's definitely a long time. But that's the thing too, you know, like the amount of money it takes to get something, but you know, once it's actually done, then it's money well spent. Credits are almost finished. When it gets to the Adobe Flash stuff, that's when it's almost over. Assassin's Creed, the Ezio Collection uses Havoc Engine. Absolutely, Choice. Yeah, AC3. I'll be starting that tomorrow. But if you do have to go, thank you so much for stopping in for Revelations. I appreciate it, Choice. So if you see me streaming Assassin's Creed 3, you know it's become Sunday for me. So we've got the Lost Archive DLC to do. So I'll quit out. Clay Kasmarek. Abstergo has experimented through their Animus program on 17 known test subjects. This is the story of Subject 16, Clay Kasmarek. Memory 1. The end is only the beginning.
So, we're in agreement. Reach your goal, then get out of there.
The Lord is my shepherd. I lack nothing. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside quiet waters. He refreshes my soul. He guides me along the right paths for his name's sake. Even though I walk through the darkest valley, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil. My cup overflows. Surely your goodness and love will follow me all the day.
And then, we all got up and marked our favorite jobs on the board. I'm going to be an astronaut, Dad.
Did you hear your son? The kid wants to be a spaceman.
Now, I don't know that voice actor's name, but if you've played Splinter Cell Chaos Theory, he actually voices a lot of the enemies in that. Choice, same island. That's true. Yeah, same island, except all vibrant with all the colors and everything. Whereas when we see it, when Desmond's inside the Animus, it's all like, you know, very blue, kind of like white sort of colors. That was a deep grave, Milan. You're not wrong there. It's funny how I got turned around as well. I was like, what?
Clay Kazmarek, few are offered the opportunity I now give you. Prove yourself, novice, and you will be one of us.
So essentially this whole memory is about when Clay actually went through the initiation to become a assassin in modern day. Choice fact, the Lost Archive DLC is not a story about Desmond, it's a Subject 16. Exactly. It was good that they did that. I'm glad that they did, because in Assassin's Creed 2, when you do the Subject 16 puzzles, you only get his voice. And then in the Brotherhood Subject 16 puzzles, you get his voice, but then you actually see a physical version of him in terms of like the virtual representation, but it's not complete yet. And then in this game, you actually see the version of Clay's consciousness inside the Animus, which is now fully formed. So he's got skin, texture, you know, all that kind of stuff. So it was good to get more information about Clay, but we also get more information about why Lucy was killed, because she actually became a Templar. And I'll be reading the stuff that you come across in this as well, relating to that kind of stuff. We also see a scene of Warren Vidic telling Lucy that what her mission is, and to make sure that when she finds the location of the apple and when she gets the apple, to actually kill Rebecca, Desmond, and Sean, and then bring it back to Abstergo. Alright, so we got one of those in this, and that's the only one in this memory. Milan, the grave is deeper than you thought. Yeah, this grave is much more deeper. Choice, the Lost Archive DLC does not consume HUD, so you're fine. You can actually still, like, quote-unquote die, but it just resets you at the last thing.
Together we will defend the free will of humanity from those who would steal it.
Ability activated.
Memory 2. The Order.
We are not public figures, and never submit ourselves to the hollow quest for fame. We move through clouded spaces. Beware the easy path. Knowledge grows only through challenge.
Retiling the roof at noon, Clay.
But I'm working on a history paper.
Let it slide. The foreman's son just finished engineering school and he's pocketing $60K a year. Now that's where the money is.
If you want to actually be able to get the ending of this DLC, you need to get all the Animus fragments in every memory. There's 20 in total. And then when you get all of them, it'll actually allow you to access the area required to access to actually get to the end of the DLC. But you have to work out which memory you need to go back into to get to the spot where the branching off will happen. Milan, I hope you get to jump about on trippy floating blocks in your grave when you die. Yeah.
They will throw obstacles in your path to distract you, but never lose sight of your goal.
With the way things are going with AI, but also, technology, maybe we'll get to a point where we can actually transfer our consciousness after we die into something else. Thank you for redeeming that choice. Okay, so I've got a horror movie quote. The pain, I can assure you, will be exquisite. As for our deaths, there is nothing to fear. Our names will be written on 1,000 walls, our crimes told and retold by our faithful believers. We shall die together in front of their very eyes and give them something to be haunted by. Come with me and be immortal. So that is from the original Candyman from 1992. Back when I was about 8 years old, turning 9. It was one of those movies, when I saw it the first time, I didn't think too much of it, and then years after I watched it again and actually thought it was really awesome.
Worthy. Today, commit to uphold the pillars of our creed.
So with the assassin logos, I like to think that when Clay actually was being initialized, that's not a word, initiated into the assassins, that on either side he'd have his fellow assassins standing by, and then of course at the head, William Miles.
We are assassins.
We work in the dark to serve the light. Leap of Faith. Memory 3. Abstergo. Muffin is true. So in this memory we need to find 3 fragments. You don't have to get the letters, but I'm going to get the letters as well.
Break into Abstergo, gather the intel, and get out.
Abstergo, hold the line. Marnie, can you take my kids tomorrow night? I have a date. Don't say that so loud, I'm at work. But seriously, with my luck, I'll be home by 7. Hold on. Abstergo, can I help you?
I need money, sir. I'm poor and sick and hungry and dying. Anakin, can you tell me otherwise? Muffins are awesome. I love this music. It's very like high-tech infiltration music.
Fighting a war against the Templars, a secret society dedicated to controlling mankind. Abstergo is their front, the source of the invisible hand that circles the globe.
What am I looking for?
Alan Ricken's computer. I need more data about a program called the Animus Project.
Some of this music also reminds me of the game Hexic, and the music in that. Animus? More like animals, am I right, fellas? An animal accessing an animus. Now that would be interesting for the animal. Hey there, 19. How's things going? Anakin, you mean geese are basically nature's assassins? You can see them accessing Animus. Nature's assassins. Watch out for those geese.
Ability activated.
19. Evening. It's a good day, except the weather. Happy Saturday to you. That really sucks when the weather's not the way that you want it. Hopefully that changes. And thank you, 19. Yeah, Saturday's been going well. Happy Saturday to you as well. Animus Memo, January 2008. First quarter briefing on Abstergo Lab facility progress, Animus Project, Vatican City. In brief, request to allocate 25% of 960 billion annual Abstergo R&D budget to the project approved. Note that this marks a 50% increase. New subterranean lab space staffed after preliminary trials of its latest device iteration were successful. Device functional with low power requirements. Device mainframe is 30% smaller than previous iteration At this rate, a portable Animus may be possible in the future. So this note is from 2008. In 2017, Layla uses a portable Animus. Intended ancestral memories accessed with 86.7% success rate during trials. Preparations to continue transfer of assassin skills. Search for key cartographer ancestral DNA ongoing. I will run through the specifics in person with you next week. Warren Biddick. So essentially they were using the memories of assassins to help train their Abstergo agents using the bleeding effect of the Animus. Uh, 19 was Rebecca's Assassin's Creed Brotherhood Animus portable. They were in a truck. I guess that's one way to put a portable Animus, but they mean like briefcase size Animus, where you can fold it out and actually carry it with you, kind of portable.
project since the 80s. We need to go deeper next time. Find out what Abstergo's really searching for inside our DNA. I'm counting on your help, Clay.
Sparkly's things drove you mad. Yeah. I remember looking obsessively for little clues and puzzles in these. There were codes and symbols sprinkled all over the place. Yeah, it can be really taxing sometimes to actually figure things out like that. And it can, if you can port it, it is portable, isn't it? Yeah, I guess that's true as well. Warren Vidic should have been more specific and said portable as in miniature design, not portable as in just grab the Animus and put it into another form of transportation, but rather portable as in like if you were to grab a briefcase, portable kind of thing. Because you could put like a fridge inside your car and put power to it and drive around. So your fridge has become portable versus a portable fridge that is like an esky portable. It should have been more specific. Milan, proper awake now. Oh, that's good. It's always a good feeling when that happens.
Ability deactivated.
I got into an engineering program.
That's my boy. Didn't know you had it in you.
Here, look.
This isn't one of the top schools.
There's an amazing programming department.
Kasmeriks build things. They don't sit at a desk.
Your colleagues about our sessions?
No.
Psychiatrist notes. January 2007. Incident involving a design critiqued by a co-worker. Afterwards, could not focus on existing work. Began making decisions to deliberately defeat the criticism. OCD ADHD suspected. Could prescribe psychostimulant combined with an SSRI. Look up drug name produced by company that paid for trip to vacation resort in St. Bart's. February 2007. Wrong about OCD diagnosis. Patient displays severe maladaptive perfectionist tendencies. When recalling childhood, talks about father as positive influence, but seems to be displacing anger onto co-workers. Possible abusive parental relationship suspected. Patient seems receptive to recommendation of 2 premium sessions per week. An easy sell due to self-esteem issues. August 2007. Today, unexpectedly, complete change in behavior. Patient appears confident, self-assured. Perhaps a new support mechanism. Patient seems to be hiding something. September 2007. Patient quit his job for personal reasons. Continues to show incredible progress. However, remain convinced patient is guided by an external locus of control. More therapy is needed. March 2008. Patient challenging behavioral therapy. Believes himself cured. Claims training given at new job is key. Still refuses to disclose specifics of said job. Over-reliance on peer group now believed to be the cause of positive progress. Removal of positive peer-based work environment would severely destabilize the patient. Recommended patient continue therapy. Concerned that loss of patient would result in delayed purchase of Paris apartment. April 2008. Patient requests to view my notes. I refuse for obvious reasons. Patient continues to insist. Post-session, after placing notes in file, must search for missing filing cabinet key. So this piece of shit psychiatrist is on the payroll from Abstergo and doesn't want to lose Clay as a patient. So the fact that Clay has found some positive influence to help him out of his problems, i.e. joining the assassins, this psychiatrist is like, we can't have that. We can't have our patient having some positive influence, therefore reducing the amount of time they need to spend with me, therefore reducing the amount of money that I can actually make. And of course, at the end here, when he talks about the missing filing cabinet key, that is because, of course, in this memory that we're experiencing right now of Clay's, he actually stole the key and accessed the filing cabinet to be able to get this letter, to be able to read it. Memory 4, the Mole. Or, another name for the Mole, Lucy Stillman. In a different way. Clay's supposed to be a mole as in infiltrating, so is Lucy, but Lucy is a mole for the Templars, within the Templars.
Where's our team being sent?
Italy, to Abstergo's new research facility. I want to know what they're after with the Animus device. Your third teammate has been kept outside the assassin order, waiting to be called upon.
Yeah, 19, it really is tragic what happens to him, you know, because he went into this mission, and he was told that, you know, had someone already in the organization that was going to help, and that was Lucy, but Lucy betrayed the assassins by becoming a Templar, therefore sealing Clay's fate in not being able to leave Abstergo ever again. That's why whenever I replay Brotherhood and Lucy dies, I've got zero sympathy for the character.
Lucy Stillman.
She's been trained to infiltrate Abstergo. Since the age of 17, the girl has lived outside our ranks. All her ties to the assassins have been erased.
Lucy Stillman. I know you're out there.
D-Day is February 1, 2011. You will be caught by their Lineage Discovery and Acquisition Department. They will bring you in as a test subject. Now Lucy will get you direct access to the Animus at night. And once you have enough information, she'll get you out.
Yeah. Yeah, Lucy sure did get Clay out. Not.
Welcome to the Animus, Subject 16.
This becomes Clay's tomb. Beyond that door is the room that Clay was in, which Desmond also sleeps in. Here is Warren Vidick's desk. Back over this way is the conference room, where in Assassin's Creed 1, once you finish the game, you can actually access that room and read a laptop that's in there. And this is where the Animus is located. Symbolically, this is a chasm to go down into, because essentially, symbolically, going into the Animus is like going down into a rabbit hole. These are images that we see in the puzzles in Assassin's Creed 2 and Brotherhood. "19, is that blood?" That's actually a good question. It could symbolize blood. I like how sinister this music is.
History, Mr. Kasmeric. They are tattered, blackened, almost illegible. Useless to all the dreamers. Misunderstood and misused by politicians. But what if there was a way to restore history's luster? To truly know its lessons? The Animus gives us such a chance.
What are you really looking for? Last time I checked, Abstergo didn't have a history division.
Very astute, Mr. Kasmeric. But we do own an entertainment studio. Perhaps a period drama is in production. Contemplate that while you finish your next session.
So Warren Vidic is kind of being facetious there to Clay, but there actually is an Abstergo Entertainment division, and in Assassin's Creed Black Flag, we play a present-day protagonist who we don't know the name of, we never see who they are, we don't know anything about them, who actually starts working for Abstergo Entertainment, accessing the memories within the DNA of Desmond of Edward Kenway, to get some footage together to create an entertainment product using that footage, but edited obviously to the way that the Templars want the public to be aware of the information. They don't want the public to know too much about the real organization. In Assassin's Creed Liberation, their first entertainment product is based on the memories of Aveline, and they basically edited the footage that was gained from the Animus sessions and edited it together and made the Templars kind of a bit more favorable. And in that game you actually find these sort of like programs, I guess they are, .exe files that have been put into the cloud server by a hacker group called Erudito. And throughout the game, when you find these and you assassinate, quote-unquote assassinate, the exe file, you'll unlock the true event that happened in a cutscene you had seen previously. Hey there Gizlek, welcome. His name is obviously Newbie, not to be confused with Numbskull, not to be confused with the Initiate, of course. This is true, Gizlek. You know, we get a nickname for the present-day protagonist in Rogue, but we don't get one for the Black Flag one. And I don't know for sure if it's the same person. I think some say that it's the same person, others say it's not. Who Dini, what Dini, where Dini, why Dini, and how Dini.
and I will consider it.
You're a good liar, Willie.
Get him back in there, still.
There is an old tale passed down through the ages, that the apple of Eden was not flesh at all, but solid like marble or bronze. They say incredible powers will be granted to the man who holds it. Truthfully, I believe such lies to be little more than blasphemy.
If he sees the apple, let me know immediately.
Of the assassino?
Si, Ezio Auditore. Find out about this Ezio Auditore. I want his records on my desk by the end of the week.
What apple are you looking for, Vin?
You really want me to answer that question, Mr. Kazmarek? If I did, you couldn't reasonably expect to be released at the end of this experiment.
In which river do you throw the bodies?
Is that fear I hear in your voice, Subject 16? It should be. These readings aren't normal, Restone.
Are you there, Clay? Remember, stick to the mission.
What's gonna happen to me?
Don't worry. Lucy will get you out. We're a team.
Lucy?
Anakin, you wish they somehow visited Kazakhstan at one point in the search of the apple. It is the place where Apple originated and spread to world. Yeah, it makes you wonder sometimes why certain time periods haven't been done yet, or different locations. Letter from Lucy to Clay, 7/2010. Clay, your kind words are appreciated. Work continues on schedule. Vidic is busy dealing with the execs while I'm running experiments on Subject 15. During drills, focus on getting inside the Animus codebase. I'm already investigating the archives. Don't stress about the operation. I'll protect you once you're in here. I promise. Lucy. You may as well have rubbed your ass with the letter and given it to Clay. Such is worth your promise, Lucy.
Ability deactivated.
Memory 5. Bleeding effect. So the cacophony of voices that Clay was hearing there is symbolizing the fact that when he's using the Animus, and because he's experiencing so many memories from different time periods of different people, overexposure to the Animus manages to fuck his head up so badly that sometimes he can't get straight which memory he's in, or if he's in reality or not. You know what I mean? So he has all these voices of the ancestors that he's related to of the past, and all these different voices happening, you know, at once sometimes, and all that kind of stuff. So that's why you have all those voices saying that stuff over and over again, multiple voices in multiple languages and stuff. It's such a great piece of music, and when you think about what happened to Clay as well, it's definitely very fitting for a tragic story like his.
Clay Kazmarek, I, who was once called Juno, have come to show you the way. Remember, in Eden.
Eve, what is this device?
Touch Adam and you will know.
That's okay, Milan. I hope that you have a great one. Thank you for being here and for chatting for a bit. And that's absolutely no trouble at all for the morning entertainment. You be well too. Thanks for stopping in, Milan. I hope you have a great one.
With William and Rebecca, I've been doing some amazing work. This is much, much better than my job at the accelerator. I'm happier, Dad.
You know, I didn't get my check from you this month.
Are you listening to me?
Do these losers even pay, or is this free labor?
Money isn't everything.
You have to support this family, Clay.
Did you demand money from Mom too? Is that why she left?
Hello there, Barnes. Good evening to you as well. Welcome on in. I hope things are going good. This is the memory that when you get all the fragments in all the memories, you go back into this one, and then you'll find the path that leads to the actual ending of the DLC. But you have to get all the Animus fragments, so if you've managed to get all the fragments up until this memory, you still have more to get, but you can go back in after. This is an email from Clay's mother. From Harold Kazmarek through her husband's email to Clay. Subject explanation. Dear Clay, it's your mother. I hear things are going well for you at work. It seems like you're impressing everyone. I always knew you'd be important. Not much to miss here. It rained earlier today. I had to rush to close the upstairs window before the bedroom soaked through. Your father's renovation is nearly finished. All these cupboards to put stuff in. Dinner will be a real party. I'm sure you're wondering why I'm emailing you out of the blue for the first time and talking about the rain and dinner. I'm not exactly comfortable talking to you about this. I had to drink 1 and 2 rum and cokes before getting on here. You and Harold. You've always liked Harold. I did too, but I can't forgive him like you. We never go out anymore. I have to take care of him. He doesn't want my help. This wasn't supposed to be my life. Raising you and him. 2 baby boys. I'm sorry I wrote that, but it's true. You've always done such a good job taking care of your father. If I stay here, I won't make it, Clay. Forgive me. By the time you read this, I'll be on the road. Know that I still love you. Mom. And again, that's so wholesome. That's the email that talks about how Clay's mother leaves his father, and I don't know what ends up happening to her ultimately, but Clay's father and mother never find out what happened to him. As in, like, the specific details. He does leave a letter for them to, like an email for them to read. Anakin, by the way, you said wholesome mid-email, lol. Yeah, she'd had a few drinks before compiling the email to get the confidence. It took a real dark turn, that's for sure.
I can see what has been, what will be.
Then what you must do is clear. Help Desmond Miles.
No. Not me. I refuse.
Thousands of years this message waited. Soon its promise shall be fulfilled. Go forth, with eyes open to all but the truth.
That doorway to the left, that's actually the doorway that ends to the actual end. Leads, to the actual end of the DLC. But you can't access it until you get all the Animus fragments, which then creates a bridge that goes over to there. So of course we have to go to this one on the right side. Memory 6. The Truth.
Ability activated.
I've administered paliperidone.
Thank you. Inform me when he recovers. We will return to work.
You have been experimenting on him for more than a year now. The man needs a long rest.
Stick to your field, Doctor. And I will practice mine.
So at this point in this memory, Clay has been there for a year at Abstergo. There's also the memory where we actually see the conversation between Lucy and Warren Vidic, talking about what her mission is as a Templar.
How are you doing, Dad? Hanging in there? I know it's hard with Mom gone.
Our contractor's not getting any jobs thanks to this crappy economy. I haven't been to work in a week.
That's tough. I sent a check. It should arrive today or tomorrow.
We found a perfect candidate named Desmond Miles. His ancestral tree fits the data gathered from Subject 16's memory of Ezio Auditore. But it is quite likely that he won't cede essential details freely. Desmond is the key to the location of the pieces of Eden. Our scientists have been running tests. If we were to place just one within a satellite and angle it toward the Earth, well, utopia would be within our grasp.
Yes, that's it. I know what Vidic wants. We can leave.
So Clay was able to get the actual intel that the assassins wanted to know, and it was then up to Lucy, as an assassin, to actually make sure that Clay was able to get out alive with that information. Now obviously it could be argued, well, what about Lucy? Does she have to stay there? And the thing is, we'll never know, because that didn't transpire. You know, maybe if Lucy was still sided with the assassins, maybe once that was done, William Miles would be like, right, now we send in a team of assassins to exfiltrate Lucy. We just don't know. All we can work with is what actually happens, which is Lucy betrays the assassins, she becomes a Templar, and instead of helping Clay escape, she refuses to. And that also reiterates the plan that the Templars wanted to do as well. The reason they want the Piece of Eden is so they can put it into their satellites, which cover the whole globe, and then amplify the power of the Piece of Eden so that it actually covers everyone on the planet, allowing the Templars to use that power of the apple, amplified through the satellites, to control the populations of the entire Earth. And unironically, the present day in Assassin's Creed 1, 2, Brotherhood, Revelations and 3 all takes place in the year 2012, which obviously was a point in history where people thought the world was going to end, because the Mayan calendar only went up to 2012 apparently. But I don't even know if that's true, so it's like, you know, conspiracy theorist stuff. But that was the idea of what Abstergo wanted to do with the Piece of Eden. You asshole of a thing. There we go, got through. And again, it turned out the Mayan dude writing that calendar was dyslexic, and the year of disaster was actually 2021. Well, this is the thing, right? You know, when people think the end of the world, they literally think entire planets destroyed and there's no life left on Earth, you know. But you can also philosophically say that a world ending can be the signal of a change in how the world works and things like that. So, you know, there's multiple years throughout history where you could say this was where the world ended being the way it was, and this is what it became, and then the world the way it was then stopped being that way when this event happened, you know. So you can sort of like look at it in that way if you want to. In the way of, it's not the literal world ending as in the entire planet's destroyed and there's no life left on it, but the way the world operates and everything like that can end to make way for a new way of how things go. Betrayal.
Lucy, this is where your background comes into play. If our experiments with Desmond and the Animus aren't going well, you will remove him from Abstergo. Take him somewhere he will feel comfortable divulging his secrets. Your assassins should do the trick. Since Desmond will be reading our emails, we will ensure that secret communications between you and the assassins go through unimpeded. Once you are embedded, I will come to pick up the Animus tapes. Make sure to look very upset. You need to be convincing. Desmond will lead you to the apple, and then you bring it right to us. We're counting on you, Lucy. You have served the Templar Order well, and we never forget loyalty. Oh, yes. Once inside their hideout, perhaps you might ask the assassins why they left you alone for so many years.
And there we go. So knowing
Lucy.
that...
Trapped. Have to get out of here.
So knowing that when you replay Assassin's Creed 1, 2 and Brotherhood again, it makes you think very differently about Lucy as a character. Memory 7. The end of the line. King Kane, hey Rod, you're usually a lurker, but just wanted to thank you for your content. You have a very chill and relaxing voice that actually helps you sleep at night. Wish you could do more for you, but money is tight right now. Again, thanks dude, and keep up the amazing work. Well, thank you so much, King Kane, for all the lurking that you've done. I really do appreciate the lurkers of the channel. Thank you so much for that support. I really do appreciate it, and I'm glad that you get something out of the streams than that you're able to find like a chill and relaxing channel to actually, you know, follow and you know, support. So thank you so much for that, King Kane. I really appreciate it. and definitely no worries at all. You know, you're people who are you know, lurkers or followers, or even people who are just lurkers who aren't followers, or people who, you know, are just followers but not subscribers, and people who are subscribers. Like, I all think of everyone, you know, the same way, and you know, I really appreciate all forms of support, and I think that lurkers are really the backbone of Twitch when you think about it too. So thank you so much for the lurking. I really do appreciate it, and I'm glad that you've had that experience, and thanks so much for that feedback as well. I really appreciate that too.
Your eyes are now open. Help Desmond Miles.
I will.
They must all suffer as we suffered.
So that right there gives you a clue about Juno, because Juno, of course, in Assassin's Creed 3 is revealed to be a villain, and her whole plan was to escape the confines of the temple. She doesn't escape completely because it's just her consciousness, but she's able to go out into the world then and go through the computer systems and all that kind of stuff. And in Assassin's Creed Black Flag, Juno's also present in the present day. Same with Syndicate as well, and she's actually mentioned, I think, in Unity. There might have been some cut content with her character involved as well, I think. But the final time we actually see her in the series is actually in Assassin's Creed Odyssey. However, when we see her in that, it's in the past, it's not actually present time. But after the events of Assassin's Creed Syndicate, in the comics, they actually killed her character off. Her character manages to find a body to actually put her consciousness into, and ironically she gets killed by Desmond's son, who also has the consciousness of Juno's husband Aita inside of him. So I think it's kind of poetic that she ends up getting killed by a sage, essentially. If you've played Black Flag and that, you know what the sages are and all that kind of stuff. But anyway, Juno is one of those villains that was revealed to be a villain in 2012 in Assassin's Creed 3, and we don't find out her fate in the games. The games never mention once that she got killed and that she was dealt with. If you read the comics, you would have known, but I didn't actually know this until like 2017 when I was playing Assassin's Creed Origins, and I was like, maybe Juno will show up in this game. Finish the game. Okay, so where's Juno? And then I went online and had a look, and it was like, oh, she gets killed off in a comic book. Okay, thank you very much. Whoever made the decision to do that is like, thank you for doing that. You know, a character that's in the games that has been built up to be the next villain that the present day protagonists have to deal with, and you just kill them off in a comic book. At the very least, it would have been good to have that as like a DLC or something, you know. But that's Juno's fate anyway, and in Assassin's Creed 3, playing it for the first time, I hadn't done this DLC, so the idea that Juno could potentially be a villain was completely lost on me until I finished the game for the first time, and then, you know, saw the ending and was like, okay, so she's a villain now, alright. But there's definitely clues within what she says in as early as Brotherhood that she's actually not on the side of humans. Second letter from Lucy to Clay. 7/2012. Clay, I've seen the security records from last night. You must want an explanation. I had hoped to tell you about it little by little to get you on my side, but it's too late now. William is using us. In this war against the Templars, he doesn't think about the lives he's hurting. We aren't people to him. How can we trust someone like that? Clay, you of all people should understand. Abstergo cares about helping people. They understand the realities of the world, its limitations, but I know that nothing I can say now will really change your mind. I've deleted the security records. Vidic will never discover the breach. I promise to protect you, but I can't let you leave. William and the others must never know. I'm sorry. Lucy. You can't really see it looking at it, but there's some crocodile tears that are actually on that letter. all these symbols that we see here are what Clay actually writes on the walls and floors of the little areas in the Abstergo facility that he had access to, like where the Animus is located, but also the room that they had him sleep in at night. And it's in his own blood, and because his blood has traces of Isu DNA in it, it means that even if the blood gets wiped off, there's still residue left, and it allows anyone who has eagle vision to actually see the writing and everything that Clay has actually put on the walls with his blood.
Ability activated.
Anakin Crocodile Tears. Yeah, crocodile, crocodile tears is when someone pretends to cry over something, to try and feign sympathy from someone. Hey there, Lucinda. Good morning to you as well. How's things going? How's your weekend so far? And it's going really well. We're doing the DLC. So I've finished the main game. Just doing the DLC now, and then we'll be watching Embers, the short animated movie, and then that'll be the end of my stream day for today. But yeah, it's going really, really well. Now going to cross the River Styx, which is what this symbolically means, because Clay is going to be sacrificing himself by committing suicide. Oh. Oh, come on, game. I fucking pressed the jump button. It acted like I just vaulted up on the step when I didn't. It doesn't like you jumping on it, on the edge of it. It's like a little lip that you're not allowed to try and jump off of it from. There we go, got across. Lucinda, you're doing alright. Got about half of your cleaning done yesterday. Got more to do today. It also unexpectedly snowed last night, which means the roads are going to be bad this morning since they didn't even forecast it to salt or plow the roads. Oh no, Lucinda. Yeah, not having that information ahead of time so you can actually prepare and get that stuff done would be a nightmare. And especially too, since you're already doing cleaning and stuff, to have that piled on top. Thanks for the GGs. I appreciate it. Almost felt like I wasn't going to make that jump. Listen, you kind of gasped a bit on that jump yourself. Yeah, it's the kind of jump too where it can make you second guess yourself. Those situations where if you didn't press anything, you would have been fine, but you think you're going to fall off, so you press the button to try and make the character jump or grab the ledge, but that's exactly what you don't do, because the character was going to be safe anyway.
Access granted.
Alright, there's 4 fragments, I've only got 1, so I think I've missed one somewhere along the line there. This music is, you know, so sad, which is very fitting for what happens to Clay. And playing this DLC when I did for the first time, it really strengthened the character of Clay and gave you more insight into the character, which makes it feel even more, you know, tragic what happened to him. And also makes the betrayal of Lucy, you know, sting a bit more. Lucinda, yep, you've killed yourself so many times in Dying Light by overcorrecting something that didn't need correcting, and then you kick yourself. Especially if it was something where you've got like a certain reward based on getting past something or doing something specific, and that messes up your chances.
initiated.
Right, one more to get. Don't know if I've gotten past the point where I might have missed one or not, but see how we go. Of course that would fucking happen before I can get on solid ground.
DNA and memory scanned. Upload complete. Quarantining construct Clay Kasmeric.
We are nothing.
Alright, so that whole mentioning there of quarantining, so essentially in Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, when you're doing the Clay Kasmeric Subject 16 puzzles, there's a part where you have to basically get through a quarantine zone, and that's the quarantine zone that was mentioned just now. So Clay, at this point in this memory, has been able to lock inside the core of the Animus all the information that he wanted Desmond to discover by doing those puzzles. and I've missed one of these animus fragments, so we're going to have to replay this memory. I'm going to finish it out first. I'm not going to just restart it without. That way I know I've already got the ones that I've missed. That I've gotten, I mean.
Thursday, January 27, 2011, 2 p.m.
Hi, Clay, it's your dad. Pick up the phone. I know we haven't talked in a long time. I'm fixing the back porch. It's hotter than hell out here, and I could use a hand. Call me. Let me know you're okay.
That's showing you the gateway that you need to actually access to finish the DLC properly, which you can't access until you get all the fragments. And then it loops back to memory 1. So if you never get all the fragments, then this just keeps looping over and over and over and over and over again. Alright, so I'm missing one fragment, and that's in the final memory, so I need to go into DNA and go into that memory and replay it from the start. The ones that I've already collected will be still collected.
Your eyes are now open. Help Desmond Miles.
I will.
They must all suffer as we suffered.
That's true, Lucinda, yeah. I'm glad they made it like that. It's a big, massive help. Sounds like something you'd hear in a Silent Hill game.
Granted.
There we go. So it wasn't really that far away from it. Alright, we're very close to the end of this memory again, so that'll work out well. Alright, so now we have all of those. Now it's not only getting them that you need to figure out, it's also figuring out which memory out of the 7 you need to actually go into in order to actually get the ending of the DLC. So I'll just play this memory out. I mean, maybe you can just, you know, exit out of it. Probably does save it, but just in case it doesn't. There is a sneaky block indeed, Lucinda, in that last little nook and cranny area, of course. Of course not, Harbinger. Of course not, dude. You can definitely redeem it before I actually end this stream, and then, you know, before I start Embers. So definitely feel free to redeem it, and then once this is done, I'll just go into whichever memory. Which is pretty long. The last memory of the last sequence has only the cutscenes, no gameplay. Yeah, as long as it's a cutscene that's not I always want to go and say pre-rendered, but that's not true anymore. But the actual cutscene that's done with different graphics than the in-game graphics are. Like, those particular cutscenes, I can't get rid of the other audio.
DNA and memory scanned. Upload complete. Quarantining construct Clay Casmeric.
We are nothing.
I mean, it might actually work with the part where Ezio's talking to Desmond.
2011.
But I think once Jupiter starts talking, that probably won't continue on without the audio.
It's hotter than hell out here, and I could use a hand. Call me. Let me know you're okay.
So this gives you a clue of which memory it's in. Harbinger, okay then, you will wait for AC3. You can't find a good one right now. I was thinking of the Jupiter cutscene for hours while you were away from home. Oh yeah, Harbinger. So I think up until the point where it shows the footage of the destruction of the city, I think all that would have the audio of the music and sound effects still taken out if I was to take out that stuff. But the actual video of that happening and Jupiter doing his big speech and all that part, you can't get rid of any audio out of that cutscene. So if you want to redeem it, and that's the one that you want to do, that's definitely completely fine. Because I'll just let it play out, the whole thing. And then when it comes to that video, we'll just, watch it again. And then, because I think after that video, there's a little bit more of gameplay. Or maybe there's not. I don't know. It's very, very wishy-washy. So the memory we need to go back into is, I think it was memory 6. Was it 5? Yeah, it was 5. So you need to go back into memory 5 once you have all the animus fragments, and then when you get to the end where there's 2 doorways, the animus fragments will create a bridge once you've gotten them all. You never thought about buying DLC, now you can't because this game is apparently too old for Ubisoft to support it. Yeah, that's the other thing too, they've taken so much content so that if you didn't get things sorted and organized before a certain date, then you can't access it anymore. Instead of just patching it so that you didn't have to worry about it being connected to the server to actually have the access to it. I mean, the only way legally to do it would be to buy the Ezio Collection. But that's only for consoles, so PC gamers who want to do things the legal way don't have that ability to get the Ezio Collection because it doesn't exist for PC. It's only console only. But it contains all the DLC content, everything like that. in. Okay, Rod, it's time for us to venture out into the snow and run our errands. I hope you have a great rest of your stream. Thank you so much, Lucinda. I definitely will. Thank you for being here, and I hope that things go well. I hope you have a good time, as much as you can anyway. You know, getting errands and things like that done. I want to highly recommend people check out Lucinda's channel if you haven't before. He's doing a Resident Evil marathon up to Resident Evil 4 Original, doing a playthrough of that on professional mode for the first time. Doing that on Monday, and we'll be playing through that, and then when the remake comes out we'll also be playing that too. Plus, you know, Resident Evil 5 and 6 and 7 and 8 and Revelations 1 and 2. Is also a fan of stealth games, especially games like the Dishonored series. A great streamer, has a great community, and you'll have a really good and fun time, and highly recommend. Lucinda, absolutely no trouble for the shout out, more than happy to give you one. Thanks again for being here, and you take care, and I hope you have a good one today. Got to this platform before it left. Of course, there's a little tiny gap between the two, but you can't, you know, have the character just glide across it. Duh. Up. Jesus Christ. Do you redeem it? You can refund it if you can't play that part without voices, or not refund it at all. You still have 356,000 points. Yeah, that's okay, Harbinger. We'll play it by ear, pun intended, considering it's a redemption to have some of the audio different. Thanks for redeeming that, Harbinger. I appreciate it. Ah, oh, damn it. Slight tinge. Or a fraction just touched it. Yes, I've got a challenge for Assassin's Creed 3 that I'll be doing. It's nothing wild. Now you watch that I've said that, it'll probably be difficult, but... but I'll be announcing that soon. Before I end this stream. Alrighty then, so that platform is now there because we've got all the Animus fragments. So now all we need to do is get across, and then we'll be able to get the actual ending of the DLC to happen. Alright, so you couldn't access this before unless you had the fragments, and now that we do...
Your eyes are now open. Help Desmond Miles.
...is the actual end of the DLC. New message. To Harold Kaczmarek. Subject: Dad, don't worry about me. I found my place and purpose. I want you to know that what happened isn't your fault. I will always love you, and someday I hope that you find what you're looking for. Now we get the credits for the DLC. Harbinger, you've been thinking about playing it again now that you're done with Revelations. Best sync plus that you got was like 92 because you ignored the assassin recruits. Oh yeah. That can be very time consuming too, because you're literally waiting for real time to go by when you send them on their missions, for them to get the XP and then be able to actually upgrade them and, you know, get the assassin recruits all the way up to level 15. And then that way you'll get the Master Assassin mission part 2 for each category and all that kind of stuff. So what I'm going to do, since there's a lot of people here at the moment, is mention what the next playthrough is going to be. So after I've actually watched these credits, I'm going to redeem the redemption that Harbinger redeemed. And then I'm going to shut the stream down so I can do a stream of Assassin's Creed Embers just on its own. But I'm going to announce what the next challenge will be with the next game. So the next game that I'll be streaming in the series will be Assassin's Creed 3. And I'm going to do a no desync challenge. So what that means, for those people who don't know what desync means in context of Assassin's Creed, when you die, or if you do something the game doesn't want you to do, you get desynchronized. So the challenge will be, whenever I'm inside a memory, / mission / quest, whatever you want to call it, when I'm inside a memory, if anything happens that makes me desynchronized, whether it's me dying or whether it's me being too slow to catch up with a target, or whether it's, you know, tailing a target and getting too many interruptions, all that kind of stuff, it means I have to restart that memory. So it's more than just if you die, it's also if you do these other things too. So that's the challenge that I'll be doing for Assassin's Creed 3. And I'll also be doing all the optional objectives as well, so that adds an extra layer of difficulty on top to do all the optional objectives as well in that too. So yeah, that's the next challenge for the next game in the series that I'll be streaming. So for those who aren't going to stick around for the rest of the stream, thank you so much for watching. This is actually the end of the playthrough, but I'm going to be watching the Assassin's Creed Embers movie shortly after I redeem that redemption with the cutscene. But obviously feel free to stick around if you want, of course. But I definitely understand if people have to jet or want to go and do something else, or they're not interested in the animated movie and that kind of thing. But thank you so much for watching. I really do appreciate it. And if you see me streaming Assassin's Creed 3, you know that it's become Sunday for me. Thanks for watching. Harbinger, Tomb Raider Deathless Challenge vibe and PTSD. If I was doing it where I had to restart the whole game, that would be a whole different story. There's going to be annoying parts, you know, because there's going to be situations where I desync because of, you know, tailing behind because I'm trying to get an optional objective, you know, all that kind of stuff. But not having to restart the whole game would definitely be a big boon with that. But yeah, the Shadow of the Tomb Raider 1 is a bit of a different situation, especially when it's like, you know, one hit kill or you mess up a jump and then have to restart the whole game. But yeah, I'd rather do it with just memories. So if it happens in a memory in Assassin's Creed 3, that's when it's just a restart of the memory, not the whole game. I've done that kind of punishment for a challenge fail where I do start the game from the start in the Assassin's Creed series, and that was with Syndicate. I had a limits challenge, And I think I still have a record of the actual information within that challenge and what it actually entailed. I'll just have a look at that. So I try to keep up notes and stuff on previous playthroughs and things like that. Let's see, Assassin's Creed Syndicate. Because I called it a limitations challenge. I also did one with Assassin's Creed 3 one time as well. So the one that I did with Assassin's Creed 3 back in 2021 for my annual playthrough was a limitations challenge. And I wasn't able to use the hidden blade on any other enemies except for main targets. I wasn't allowed to use smoke bombs or poison darts. Wasn't allowed to use bows or guns. Could only use the base level melee weapon that I was given. An exception was rope darts and any optional objectives that required me to use the smoke bomb, for example. Don't think I kept the info on the Syndicate limitations challenge though, damn it. Anyway, one of the requirements in that challenge for Syndicate was not being able to use the grapple hook and some other stuff too. And if I did, I had to restart the game from the start. So I've done that type of playthrough with that. Like I've done a challenge with that punishment with an Assassin's Creed game before, but I don't think I'll be doing that anytime soon with any other Assassin's Creed games. Thanks for the GGs, Crocodiles. Thank you so much, Senny. I really appreciate that, dude. Be right back. The only other Assassin's Creed game I've done a no desync challenge with before was the Assassin's Creed Chronicles trilogy, and I made it so that the count for how many times I had to restart a memory covered not just each game individually, but also all the games as a whole. And if I go through my notes on that one, here we go. So in 2021, for the Assassin's Creed Chronicles trilogy, China, India, and Russia, for my annual playthrough and the no desync challenge, I counted how many times individually I had to restart, but then the total. So for Assassin's Creed Chronicles China, I had to restart a memory 15 times, because of no desynchronization. Keeping in mind that doesn't just mean dying, that also means, you know, failing a mission objective or whatnot. For India, it was 47 restarts of a memory. A lot of that was the memory where Arbaz has to tail a target while not being detected and without killing anyone, and that took a lot, and plus a lot of other places in the game. And then in India, then in Chronicles Russia, it was 23 memory restarts. So I kept track of individually, just in case in the future I decided to do an individual no desync challenge. So I had some goal to reach. But the main number that I had to take into account for that trilogy playthrough was how many by the end of the trilogy did I end up having, and that was 85 memory restarts. While the credits are going too, I might just go through some other stats that I've got for my challenges. So for Assassin's Creed Syndicate, I did a stealth challenge in 2021 and I had 45 memory restarts. In Assassin's Creed 2 in 2021 for my annual playthrough, I think it was a multi-challenge, so there was multiple things I had to take care of, and that was 76 memory restarts. Assassin's Creed 3 2021 Annual Limitations Challenge, I had 10 memory restarts. Assassin's Creed Liberation 2021 Annual Pacifist Challenge, I had 5 memory restarts. Black Flag and Freedom Cry Stylish Assassin Challenge, 13 of those failures in that. And the Stylish Challenge that I had, I got the info on that. That's what I called it. Like, that's the name I gave the challenge. But yeah, if you want to do a different kind of challenge with Black Flag, main targets must be air assassinated unless an optional objective requires other methods. Regular enemies can only be assassinated using corner cover, stalking zones, hiding spots, or within smoke bomb clouds. Rooftop enemies must be ledge assassinated. Must steal from pickpocket targets without killing them. No berserk darts. Any forced combat situations or optional objectives are exceptions. So I did that and called it a Stylish Assassin Challenge, and did that for Black Flag as well. Then I did it's not in order of when I did them, but in Assassin's Creed Unity I did a hard mode challenge. I called it hard mode, there's no actual difficulty setting. 485 rule breaks, because it wasn't just in memories, it was also roaming around Paris. That if I did something against the challenge rules, I had to actually count that, even if I couldn't restart a memory. Assassin's Creed Syndicate Annual 2021 Knives Only Challenge, broke the rule 5 times. Origins 2021, oh sorry, that's different. That's not a challenge, that's how many counts of high precision Garech. AC Brotherhood 2021 No Death, 3 deaths happened in that. Assassin's Creed Chronicles India Pacifist, 0 memory restarts. AC Unity Stylish Assassin, I did the same kind of Stylish Assassin challenge I did with Black Flag, but I changed some things here and there. 29 memory restarts. Assassin's Creed Syndicate No Damage had 65 memory restarts. Assassin's Creed Bloodlines Annual 2023 Challenge for Stealth had 70 detections. Assassin's Creed 2 Annual 2023 No Swimming Challenge, 5 fails. Assassin's Creed Brotherhood Annual 2023 No Fall Damage Challenge, 1 fail. And this challenge that I did for Revelations didn't have any penalties or anything like that. So there we go, that is the end of that. And now what we're going to do, Harbinger, is we're going to redeem what you redeemed. I'm going to honor what you redeemed, I should say. Harbinger, you still remember pre-ordering the deluxe physical edition of Black Flag, played it on day one viewpoint wasn't getting registered and prevented you from getting 100% synchronization? That is really, really frustrating. And absolutely ridiculous, you know, when stuff like that happens. Oh, Harbinger, I just remembered. I don't think you can replay that cutscene anyway. Because the last memory you can replay is this one, the message. I'll just test it out though, because I remember one time that you couldn't actually access the cutscene thing that shows the end of the world, etc. Or maybe you can, maybe I was misremembering.
Another artifact.
Alright, so that plays. I'll just test it and see what plays next. That was one that you're talking about? Cool. Yeah, so that's the only part that we see. I don't think it shows the visuals again. I just want to play it normally just to see how long it goes to. Or how long it'll let me replay it for.
Another artifact. No. You will stay here. I have seen enough for one life. Desmond?
He's talking to me?
I heard your name once before, Desmond. A long time ago. And now it lingers in my mind, like an image from an old dream. I do not know where you are, or by what means you can hear me. But I know you are listening. I have lived my life as best I could, not knowing its purpose, but drawn forward like a moth to a distant moon. And here at last, I discover a strange truth. That I am only a conduit for a message that eludes my understanding. Who are we, who have been so blessed to share our stories like this? To speak across centuries. Maybe you will answer all the questions I have asked. Maybe you will be the one to make all this suffering worth something in the end. Now, listen.
There we go. So when you replay the memory, that's as much that it lets you re-experience. Alright, Harbinger, so if that's still fine to do that part, I definitely will still do that, of course. But just wanted to test to see how much of the cutscene the game actually replayed. Harbinger pre-ordering. Apparently you suck at typing anything that's not computer programming. That's fair enough. So is that still okay, Harbinger? Like, we don't get Jupiter stuff and things like that, but is that enough of a cutscene? Because I definitely don't mind if you wanted to choose another one or whatnot. Just the Ezio? Alright, no worries at all. Yep, so I'll just do that whole part. Cool. Thanks again for redeeming that. Another artifact. No, you will stay here. I have seen enough for one life. Desmond. He's talking to me. I heard your name once before, Desmond, a long time ago, and now it lingers in my mind like an image from an old dream. I do not know where you are or by what means you can hear me, but I know you are listening. I have lived my life as best as I could, not knowing its purpose, but drawn forward like a moth to a distant moon. And here, at last, I discover a strange truth, that I am only a conduit for a message that eludes my understanding. Who are we who have been so blessed to share our stories like this, to speak across centuries? Maybe you will answer all the questions I've asked. Maybe you will be the one to make all this suffering worth something in the end. Now, listen. There we are, Harbinger. Thanks for redeeming that. Who are we who've been blessed? Harbinger. Hey there, Spectrum. Welcome to you. I hope things are going well. So there we go. So I go put that back to what it was before, and then go to this. So what I'm going to have to do, because I want to have the Embers short movie separate from this particular stream, I'm going to have to end the stream and then start it again, so I can do that as a separate kind of thing. I'll just quit to the menu. Harbinger 2024 AC Revelations Challenge. Voices are always muted and you do voice dubs for the whole game. Now that would be a massive undertaking, for sure. But that would be really, really difficult. So that would. So I'll just go and leave that screen on, and then when I actually start the next stream again, which will be in a few minutes, we'll be able to watch Embers. During Embers I won't actually talk, but I will actually respond to chat by typing. Spectrum, you're well, yes, thanks. And you? Well, I'm glad to hear that, Spectrum. That's good that you're going well. And I'm going really good. Just wrapping up this playthrough for Revelations. We're going to watch this animated movie. I'm going to end the stream first, and then start the stream up again. It'll only take like less than a minute to do that. But yeah, when we finish this short movie, that's the actual end of the playthrough officially. And then in tomorrow's stream I'll be starting Assassin's Creed 3 then. So I'm just going to end the stream and then restart it again. Be back soon. Stick around for Embers.